put a mask on his. All of you following my point? That's the thing. Getting my point? So if tomorrow someone asks you what is ethics or what is human interface, you should be able to answer. Rakesh, Aitam? Good. So come back. Now if you look at this syllabus, you have subtopics under it. You have something called as essence. Apart from that, you have something called as determinants, consequence of ethics in human actions. What is a human action? That is one more thing that we need to have a basic idea of. What is human action? It is an action where you're taking a decision as per your free will. No one is pressurizing you. Understand my point? Whenever we use the term human action, we use it to judge those actions where people have free will, a choice. If I'm making you sit under extreme pressure, there is no free will for you. If I'm holding a gun to your head and saying that you have to say these things, there is no free will over there. Am I right or am I wrong? Ethics comes into picture to analyze those human actions where you have free will. All of you are following my point? That is why in your syllabus copy, rather than using the terms such as behaviors, conduct, they have used the term actions, human actions. All of you are following me? So you have your essence, you have your determinants, consequence, dimensions of ethics. Now when you read your geography, you have various aspects of geography, physical geography, world geography. Am I right? If I want to understand ethics in a systematic manner, then I need to be aware of various aspects, various approaches which are there in ethics. If you open your 2024 paper, there was a question asked on dimension of ethics. All of you are following me? Directly they had asked. We will be discussing all these things. Ethics in public, private relations. Then you have your human values, role of family, society and educational institutions. So yesterday what did we discuss in the orientation class? We discussed, we will be analyzing not just the themes but also the sub-themes. So since year 2013, there have been questions asked from this chapter, almost around 20 to 22 questions from this chapter alone, the first chapter. Rather than reading all these 22 questions just under the heading of ethics and human interface, we have to focus what is the sub-theme, what is the insights, what is the analysis of these questions. All of you are following me? Look at the first one. What do you understand by values and ethics? Here they are just asking you, you come across terms such as ethics, you come across terms such as values, what do those terms mean? That is what they are asking you. And here you are not supposed to define what is ethics or what is value as per Aristotle. All of you are following me? As per Ayn Rand, you are supposed to say from your understanding what is ethics and what are values. However, most of the times when I am evaluating answers, students will be writing what others thought ethics was, and that is why they do not end up getting so much of marks. You can take inspiration from what Aristotle said, from what Gandhi said, and from what anyone else would have said. But when you're writing it, bring your uniqueness, bring your own understanding. That is important. All of you are following me? If you look at your ethics paper, most of the time, right, the way they will be phrasing will be like this. What do you understand? What do you understand by the term constitutional morality? All of you are following me? What do you understand by the term happiness? So they want to understand what you know, what is not written in some XYZ standard book. All of you are following my point? What do you understand by values and ethics? In what way being ethical is important along with being professionally competent? All of you are following my point? So here they are asking you, what is the utility of being ethical? Now the reason why you are sitting here, the utility of you sitting here is very simple. You believe that this class at the end of the day will give you the necessary push or motivation to score high in your ethics paper. All of you are following my point? You might have accumulated n number of technical skills, but the issue is, if those technical skills, if those professional competency is not matched with your ethical competence as such, ethical skills as such, you will not be able to do that well in the society. That is why Albert Camus very famously said, a man without ethics is like a wild beast loosed upon this world. Understand my point? The wild beast might have all the necessary professional competency. However, if the same wild beast does not have ethics, nothing much will happen. Rather, the wild beast will destroy anything and everything in its sight. All of you are following me? All of you want to be IAS, IPS and whatnot when you clear this examination. Your UPSC is not just testing you in terms of how much of paper 1 knowledge you have, paper 2 or paper 3. It wants to judge you based on your personalities as well, based on your ethics. All of you following me? That is why they have dedicated a whole paper for your ethics, and also in your essay, you have reflections of ethics. Am I right or am I wrong? So like this, there are a few questions where they have asked, what is the insight, what, why, and how of ethics in action? All of you following me? Here they do not want you to just understand what is ethics or what is values. No, that is not the only thing which is important for them. What is important is, how is this ethics actionable? Is this ethics practical? If it is practical, how it is practical in a human being's life, in an organization life, at an international level? All of you following me? So they do not want you to just read the definitions of values, definitions of ethics, whatever is given in the standard book. No. How can I make these values and ethics actionable in different domains of my life? That is what they want you to know. All of you are following my point? So here, you might have the professional competency, but when you have ethics, how does it make you? Do you become better or you become worse? That is what they're trying to ask you in the first question. All of you are following me? Look at the second one. Differentiate between the following: law and ethics, right? This is related to your what, why. All of you are following my point? Many people think ethics and law are same. Not necessarily. Many people think that ethics and religion are same. Not necessarily. Many people think ethics and emotions, feelings are same. Not necessarily. So your UPSC at times, it will give you terms such as this, and they will ask you, what do you mean by it, or differentiate between the two. All of you are following my point? They might give you differentiate between moral intuition and moral reasoning. I will be teaching you all these things, not at all an issue. All of you are following me? So what did I say when I made you go through the syllabus copy? Each and every term which is there in the syllabus copy, you need to have a good idea about it. You need to have a clarity about it. When you have good idea and clarity, when you write answers, it will come across as a simple answer. When you do not have clarity yourself and you're writing the answer, it will appear very complicated. All of you are following my point? So when you're reading this ethics in human interface, in the back of the mind, whatever concepts you're reading here, all of you are following me? How can these concepts be made actionable, be made practical? That is what I want you to know. All of you are following me? Next one. Look at the third one. Explain how ethics contributes to human and social well-being. So here, what aspect of the insight that they're asking, the pattern they're asking, you tell me? Actionable. Am I right? Very good. How? Like this. Look at the fourth one. About the morality of actions. One view is that means is of paramount importance, and the other view is that ends justify the means. Which view do you think is more appropriate? All of you following me? Which view do you think is more appropriate? All right. That's the thing. So here what they're trying to ask you is very simple. There is a topic called as dimension of ethics. When you read your dimension of ethics, you'll come across two ideologies. One ideology says that when you're judging an action, you have to judge it based on the means which they have used. There is one more ideology which says when you're judging an action, the morality of an action, you can judge it based on the ends. Understand my point? Which view do you think you prefer? Justify your answer. That is what they're asking you. They're asking you your opinion. All of you are following me? So what I have seen many people do is this. They balance their answers. Both of them are important. Understand my point? You can write in such a manner, that is not at all an issue. But if you think this part is more important, you can give arguments with respect to that. And you can also justify your arguments in such a manner. All of you following me? They're not asking for your textbook definition of all these concepts. They will be asking you your opinions. So if you do not have understanding of these two concepts, it is very difficult to write an answer for this question. All of you are following me? And look at the fifth one. It is believed that adherence to ethics in human actions would ensure in smooth functioning of an organization / system. Is this what, why, or how? What do you think? Are they asking you a textbook understanding of ethics, or are they asking you an actionable element of ethics? Actionable. So if you are ethical, they're saying it will lead to smooth functioning of an organization. And they're also going a little bit forward and they're asking you, how do ethics help in resolving the day-to-day challenges we face? All of you are following my point? The day-to-day challenges we face. That's the thing. I'll tell you. There is something called as patience. Am I right? Tell me. So when I started taking the class, for the initial part, there was some technical issue. A part of me got angry. Understand my point? So when I'm teaching you, I know very well where everyone's attention is. Understand my point? So as of now, there are two individuals whose attention seems to be elsewhere. All of you are following me? But at the end of the day, I do have some ethical values. All of you are following my point? I have to be patient. All of you are following me? So I'm controlling my impulses. And those who know me, right? Those who know me, if I feel that someone is not paying due attention and their sincerity is here and there, I will always give it back. All of you are following my point? So when they're asking you, how does ethics help you in a day-to-day functioning? It helps you to control certain things, maybe anger. It helps you to channelize that anger in a constructive way. All of you are following my point? Now you have to sit here for another 6 hours, let us say. You have to sit here for another 6 hours. You have to listen to my voice. You have to listen to all these concepts, right? You have to write answers. All of you are following my point? You have to make notes and all these kind of things. The focus will go here and there. Human mind is like that. All of you are following me? Human mind gets distracted very easily. However, if you have an ethical value, what we call as perseverance, all of you are following my point? No matter how many times your focus goes here and there, no matter how many times your mind might be flooded with distractions, but if you want to win, that perseverance, that value in itself will teach you to keep all these distractions far aside and focus on what is there in front of you. Am I making my point clear? There are many people, I've seen, particularly UPSC aspirants, when the prelims results come, some of them clear, most of them don't. For the next 1 week, these people will be very energetic, very enthusiastic, very motivational. Understand my point? But after that 1 week, the same motivation is not there. It tends to ebb. It tends to reduce. Am I right? So when I ask them, why? Sir, no time there, sir. Sir, we still have time. All of you are following my point? That is not how you should be. Following my point? When you have ethical values, you won't give up on your dreams. You won't give up on your motivation. You won't give up on your passion. Anyone who goes about their life without any passion as such for what they're doing, they are what I call and what your Upendra calls as Sat Prajagalu. All of you are following my point? That's the thing. So please come back. When they're asking you, how does ethics help you in your day-to-day functioning? You cannot find a straightforward answer for it in your standard books. You're supposed to think. All of you are following me? So ethics as a subject is not just an academic discipline. If you open your Aristotle books, right, he is the one who tried initially to systematically define what is ethics, systematically. And he used a term when he defined ethics. He said it is a branch of philosophy which is practical. Whatever you're learning, you should be having the ability to apply to your life. Whatever you're learning, you should have the ability to analyze what is happening in and around you through that lens. If you do that, you will get a necessary push in answering questions like this. Look at the fifth question. Look at the third question. Are they a little bit same or are they entirely different? Are they same or are they entirely different? They're same. The third question, they have phrased it in a very simple way. The fifth question, on the other hand, they have phrased it in what appears to be a long one. But the spirit, the sub-theme does not change. It remains the same. Understand my point? It does not change. It remains still the same. This was a question which was asked in your 2022. Many individuals, like I told you yesterday, they got worried the moment they saw such a long question paper, lengthy question paper. Never ever get scared in such kind of a scenario. Try to manage your anxiety at that point in time. Read the question, adherence to ethics in human actions. Was there any PYQ based on this sub-theme? Yes, there was. Ethics, how it contributes to human and social well-being. So you already have the content for it. You already have the notes for it, arguments, examples as such. Writing an answer won't be that much of a difficult thing. We will be discussing all these things. But I just wanted you to have an idea. I'm sure in your GS paper 2, in your GS paper 3, the concerned faculties have made you aware of all these analysis. But nevertheless, from an ethics point of view, I just wanted to talk about it from my viewpoint. Look at the questions now. Some people feel that values keep changing. All of you are following my point? Now, if you look at the first question here, it was again on ethics and values. Now, if you look at the second part of our discussion, here again the question is on values. Some people feel that values keep changing with time and situation, while others strongly believe that there are certain universal and eternal human values. Give your perception in this regard with due justification. All of you are following my point? With due justification. Most of the times when people write answers for this question, they try to balance it out. Nothing wrong as such. But you can take a stand if you want. All of you are following me? And whatever topics you read, please do not read them just from a textbook point of view. What is your opinion? What you think about it? You need to write it down. All of you are following my point? That should be there in your notes. I will be training you in such a way that whatever themes or topics we take, I make you talk, I make you interact. All of you are following me? So that by the end of the class, whatever concepts we might have studied on that particular day, you should have clarity about it, and whatever PYQs they've asked, you should have the ability to write them. All of you are following me? Look at the analysis here. Value formation, personal moral development, and the role of influence, teachers, leaders, upbringing, and society in shaping conscience and ethical behavior. All of you are following me? Today we discussed in the initial part about an individual called as Khanna, Justice Khanna, the Supreme Court judge. And I told you, in his article, there were words such as conscience. So who taught him that? What was his background? Who did he credit for his personality development? You can find answers for it. That's not difficult. All of you following me? Now, when you look at that article, what was that article all about? Can anyone tell me? What was that article all about? Justice Khanna's today's article gave a verdict against Indira Gandhi. Do you remember your emergency? Suspension of Article 21. So he was that one judge who dissented. Understand my point? Who dissented. So here, when he's saying Article 21 cannot be revoked, even in situations like this. But the government was saying, no, emergency situation, we have powers, we can revoke it. So one group was saying that values are temporary or eternal. Eternal. Another group was saying what? It changes. You have to give your perception. Understand my point? The lone dissenter in that particular case. All of you are following my point? So the moment you read an article, you should have the ability to connect it with the syllabus and the PYQs which are there. Any subject you study, the PYQs should be at the tip of your tongue. To that extent, you should have a grip. If not, it becomes difficult. All of you are following me? So what does your Justice Khanna say? Article 21, is it eternal as such, or is it something which is just a temporary thing? Simple. Go ahead, look at your ChatGPT, go Google, go look at all your institution notes and everything, standard books and everything. Have they given a reference? Have they given an example with respect to that? Rarely you will find one. Understand the point? That does not make us great. It just makes us reasonable people who are understanding and applying what we are understanding to what is happening in and around us, what has happened before. Am I making my point clear? All of you. Couple of days ago, what did your USA do? It dropped bombs in Iran. Understand my point? Yesterday we had a very brief conversation. 3 places in Iran, am I right? And these 3 nuclear sites, were they part of your IAEA regulations? Monitoring? Absolutely yes. But what did your USA did? Nevertheless, they went ahead and they bombarded it. Do you think if we had done the same thing, we would be respected as such or we would be criticized? Right? वो करे तो सही, हम करे तो character ढीला. All of you are following me? If he does it, it is right. If I do it, I am in the wrong. So here, what are they trying to say? When it comes to judging people, are they saying that there are uniform rules that apply to each and everyone, or are there certain differentiations here as per USA? Differentiation. All of you following me? So how is it that you get to that 140? You can watch all toppers video. They would have told some great advice. I'm not denying it. But the same advice, if you take and use it in the next year, you might not be able to get the same kind of marks. Because next year, it would have become redundant because thousands of students, lakhs and millions of people would have watched the same thing and they would be writing the same way. That doesn't work out. All of you following my point? Have you heard of these books called as 1984? Animal Farm. Who wrote that? Vijay? George Orwell. In these books, he has a very unique way of throwing light on human issues, moral issues, sorry. He says, all people are born equal, but some people are more equal than the others. Understand my point? All people are born equal, but some people are more equal than others. That is the kind of world in which we are living, am I right? Whatever rules and regulations are there, India, it applies to you. Developing country, it applies to you, not to me. Am I right or am I wrong? There must be a Lakshman Rekha that we should not break. Am I right or am I wrong? Imagine I try to act over and above this Lakshman Rekha. Do you think there will be any stability as such? No. What happened a couple of days ago was a very major incident. Understand my point? Whatever institutions, whatever rules and regulations we have built up in the last few decades, it poses a very existential question with respect to all these things. All of you are following me? We will be discussing current affairs as well. I will be teaching you how to integrate that with your answers. So here in this section, you have questions based on value formation and who were the people who were responsible for inculcating such values in you. And I'll be very honest with you. The quantum of success you will enjoy in your life. Understand my point? The quantum of success will be based on your upbringing. And when I say success, it is not just about someone clearing this examination and becoming IAS and IPS. No. When I say success, I mean the moral success. All of you following my point? Being happy, being content, enjoying positive relations with others. That has already been determined to some extent. UPSC wants you to put yourself under a microscope and analyze the values that you have. Is it good? Very fine. If it is not good, change. All of you are following my point? And based on this, there are multiple questions which have been asked. Look at this. I told you, all human beings aspire for what? Happiness. So what did I tell you? The quantum of success that you will enjoy in your life is based on your value systems. Apart from this, there are a few more questions. Imagine you're living in a world. I just spoke about Iran and USA. So I told you, now your USA, it bombarded Iran, these 3 places. This begs a question about all the institution, about all the rules and regulations that we have instituted since last couple of decades. So is it leading to widespread trust increase or widespread trust deficit? That's the thing. The same thing is happening, not just at the international level, even from a teacher-student level. Understand my point? In the morning, I was supposed to take a class, 10:30 to 1:30, an OGP class. Unfortunately, what happened, my friend, he lost his father So I had to go there and I had to cancel the morning class. I have texted my student, I'm in a personal issue and all these kind of things, and nevertheless, right, he kept calling one after the other, one after the other. When I picked up the call, sir, when will your personal work get over? Understand my point? Because he wanted his essays to be evaluated. I know you want your essays to be evaluated, your answers to be evaluated, but at the end of the day, right, there is a Lakshman Rekha. There is a constitutional boundary. So when I say I am in a personal situation, have some respect. All of you following me? The way we are treating each other, the way we are valuing each other, understand my point? It's not as good as it should be. That is why you see widespread trust deficit that happens these days. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Every time you open the newspaper, you will read husband killing wife, wife killing husband. Understand my point? And people ask me, sir, when will you get married? Widespread trust deficit. All of you are following my point. So come back. Look at the last question. What is meant by constitutional morality? If you open your constitution, do you remember? You have values such as equality, liberty, fraternity, justice. So how will you use these values to decide on moral issues, to decide on constitutional legal issues, keeping your personal bias, keeping your personal issues aside? That is constitutional morality. All of you are following me? Now, couple of days ago, I have told you I will be integrating current affairs as well. So let me give you an example. Couple of days ago, you had an article which spoke about the present Chief Justice of India. Any idea who is the present Chief Justice? Justice Gavai. Very good. Look at this one. So when was this article published? June 5th, 2025, not long ago. So what does your CJI say? Ex-judges in post-retirement jobs or poll fray hit public trust. Am I right or am I wrong? There is no legal rules which is barring a Supreme Court judge or a Chief Justice of India from taking any post-retirement jobs. You have seen that happen. You have seen your Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Mr. Gogoi. He was nominated to Rajya Sabha. Yes. There have been Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, who have been appointed as governors. Yes, Satasivam, if I'm not wrong. I have maintained this fundamental stance throughout my life. Yes, there is no legal rules and regulations barring them from doing so. However, what is the perception that is created when these judges, when these Chief Justices, former Chief Justices accept post-retirement jobs? It reduces the public trust. And for any public servant, for any civil servant, the greatest asset that they will have is trust. If you lose that trust, everything is lost. All of you following my point? So here, you have the Chief Justice of India talking about it. Yes, there are things that you should value in life: power, wealth, fame, money, whatnot. However, it should not come at the cost of any reduction in trust that you enjoy in the society. All of you following me? So when I'm giving you just a brief, this is just a trailer. We are not discussing any topic in detail. However, when I'm giving you just this brief trailer, I'm integrating that with what is happening in and around you. Am I right? I want you to develop that attitude, that habit. If not, things become difficult. Following my point? Look at the other one. Social values are more important than economic values. Quite regularly in your newspapers, and if you hear our Prime Minister or Chief Minister, whomsoever it might be, they tend to say, the state's GDP has grown by this much percentage. The country's GDP has grown by this much percentage. And within the next few years, we will become 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 15 trillion. Am I right? So here, what are they emphasizing when they say all these kind of things? Economic values. But here your UPSC is saying, yes, economic values are important. But what is more important than that? Social values. Just yesterday, I told you, Happiness is not an app. The article, do you remember that editorial? These days, people are treating each other from a transactional point of view. What I can get from him. He will be thinking what he can get from me. Right? We are nothing but commodities. We're nothing but transaction when we are thinking like that. There is no respect for each other's dignity. All of you following my point? Our abilities as such. So when these social values go out of the window, what can happen in the society? What could be the consequences? These are things that you can talk about. All of you following my point? Discuss the above statement with examples in the context of inclusive growth in the nation. What is the analysis or pattern when it comes to this one? How ethical deficit at societal level impact justice, equity, and nation building, and argue for value-based systems. So over here, if you remember yesterday's article, I told you, when care as such decreases in the country, care for each other, does it lead to a much better life? Does it lead to much better well-being, or does it become worse off? Worse off. That you're supposed to discuss. All of you following my point? Like that. Look at the other one, the crisis of ethical values. If you look at the pattern here, the analysis here, value deficit, ethical deficit. Am I right? The crisis of ethical values in modern time is traced to a narrow perception of a good life. Your older generation, if you look at them, and we have studies to prove it, your older generation, they were a little bit more happier than us. Am I right? Because what they considered as good life and what we consider as good life, is there any similarity or there are differences? There are widespread differences. Our perception of good life has become very narrow these days. We want to build homes, big homes. But in those homes, if you have people where there are no connections as such, it's not a good life. Am I right or am I wrong? People want to take up multiple jobs, so many other things. Good. You want to make money? Good. But at what cost? The cost of enjoying the small little daily things. That's not a good life. Am I right or am I wrong? We are consistently and constantly worried about tomorrow. What will be my roti kapra makan for tomorrow? If you have such kind of a worry, do you think you will be happy? Do you think you are leading a good life then? No. One after another stage, you will get different targets. For example, in that famous Three Idiots movie, right? You remember, there was a small kid in the cradle. The moment the father saw the small baby, what did he say? Mera beta engineer banega. The small baby was not wearing any clothes, and even before that, the father says, Mera beta engineer banega. Right? And in the same movie, you have these very beautiful lyrics, very beautiful dialogues. You have to score well in your graduation. If you do not score well, you will not be placed in a good company. If you're not placed in a good company, the bank will not give you credit card. And if you do not have a credit card, the father will not give his daughter to you. Am I right or am I wrong? With each and every stage we pass in life, the targets, the goalposts keep on changing, keep on changing, keep on changing. Because we have not defined the good life in a broad, fundamental way that we should. And this narrow perception of good life can be traced to crisis of ethical values. I want money. So if you want money, there's nothing wrong. You can make money, not at all a problem. But how you make money is also important. If you're making money in an honest way, that's good. But what if you're making money in a dishonest way? Is that ethical values or crisis of ethical values? Crisis. I want to make money. Yes, go ahead, do it. But even when I'm making money, I will be compassionate and I will be considering the interest of each and every one, or the self-interest of others. I will not try to harm them actively. But do we have that? No. All of you are following my point? The crisis of ethical values. We want power, wealth, fame, and money. These narrow perception of good life has led to crisis of ethical values in recent times. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. So like this, you have multiple questions based on your value deficit. So next time, when you come across something in your notes, something in your newspapers, or something in your non-UPSC book, you can always talk about it. All of you are following my point? Like this, there are a few more questions from there. Next, you have your environmental ethics, your applied ethics. So from this environmental ethics, there have been two questions. Yesterday itself, I told you that. The first one was very direct. This was asked in the initial part of your ethics paper. What is environmental ethics? What is the importance of studying environmental ethics? Discuss one issue related to your environmental ethics. Look at the second one. Here the question, is it smaller or has it become quite lengthier? Lengthier, but the gist, the sub-theme doesn't change. It is again about environmental ethics. And what is the thing that they're testing you here? What is the sub-theme? No human interface there. All right. Human nature, relationships and intergenerational justice. As of now, we are treating the nature from an anthropocentric view. From there, we have to move towards an ecocentric view, and based on this ecocentric view, you have questions in your ethics paper, you have question in your essay paper, and you might questions related to that in your paper 1 as well. All of you following me? Come back. Look at the other one, institutional ethics, public administration and policy implications of ethical or unethical behavior. Look at the first question. Discuss the role of ethics and values in enhancing the three major components of comprehensive national power. This was a policy of another country. So each and every country will form its own policies. It might have its own institutions to encourage more ethics being inculcated in us. All of you are following my point? So here in a country you have something called as comprehensive national power. If you look at our country, right, you have this major act which was passed not long ago, that is your NEP 2020. So what are the other types of policies that we have to inculcate this sense of ethics at an institutional level? It might be even at your educational level. All these things you can talk about it. All of you are following my point? And here you will find questions from your current affairs as well. The current internet expansion has instilled a different set of cultural values which are often in conflict with traditional values. Full stop, discuss. Now the moment you look at this third question, it appears like a society question, and many people write answers from a sociological point of view. That is not good enough. You're supposed to keep your ethics, your moral arguments in mind and then answer it. All of you following me? For example, when you're using your internet, when you're using your social media, all of you following me? Do you showcase your personality as such, or do you try to be fake? You tell me. Do you showcase your personality as such, or do you try to be fake? Generally, I'm speaking, not you in particular, generally. In the society in which we are living, whenever people use social media, are they trying to be genuine as such, or are they trying to be fake? Go ahead and answer me. Fake, you know that. Now, one time they can be fake and it's okay, it's fine. Second time they can be fake, okay, fine. But if this continues, it has a psychological impact on anything and everything that they do. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. All of you are following me? Not long ago, there was this very beautiful series which was released in your Hotstar, that OTT that you have on your Hotstar. The name of the show was Adolescence. So here, due to internet expansion, you have made celebrities of some people who are on the toxic side of things. For example, Andrew Tate. Understand my point? And this Andrew Tate, he talks about toxic masculinity. All of you are following me? And when you have a kid with an impressionable mind, looking at videos like this, he will pick up values related to such toxic masculinity, and it can have an effect. All of you are following my point? It can have an effect on anything and everything. Not long ago in Bangalore, all of you are following my point? Not long ago in Bangalore, there was an incident related to road rage. Understand my point? On Bangalore roads, road rage happens quite a lot. Even when I was coming here, in front of me there was a car. In front of him there was some traffic. But there was a bike, right? Your bullet bike. All of you are following my point? I am aram se patiently waiting, and this guy is honking twice and thrice. Understand my point? I never honk until and unless it is necessary. And this guy is honking. I got irritated, right? That road rage comes into your picture. You want to just look back and give him the death stare. Chandramukhi stare. Rara. Be that as it may. You have to control your impulses. How does ethics help you in day-to-day functioning? Like this. All of you are following my point. Road aloga marina. Mai mele, tale mele, yellow akabardo. All of you are following my point. So come back. There was an incident of road rage where people lost their cool and they started fighting with each other. One was on his bike and the couple were in their car. Understand my point? And you should look at the issue. The couple, I think he was a wing commander working for Indian Air Force or whatnot. This fellow, he made a video and it became very viral within just couple of hours. Everyone started to blame that bike fellow. Understand my point? But later in the day, we found out that the Indian Air Force guy, the way he had acted in that situation was not completely ethical. There was a bigger chunk of blame which had to go to him. Am I right or am I wrong? These days, people are using internet for anything and every purpose, and most of the time, it is for immoral reasons. Am I right or am I wrong? And I'm seeing on internet, these days, it has become a fashion to blame Bangalore for anything and everything. Am I right? Yes. In the morning, I woke up. Someone had posted something on Reddit, and I am reading in Hindustan Times. A Reddit user scolds Bangalore. ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ Reddit ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಂದು ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ? ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. Because what is selling in this current internet expansion? Is it bringing people together or is it dividing them even more? Dividing them. Hatred sells more. Understand the point? Bangalore, an IT city, but it doesn't have friendly people, violent people, enemy people. Like this it has. Many people will be willing to open that article and read it more. What others have commented, what is the truth? No one cares. Am I right or am I wrong? When you have such internet expansion happening these days, and people are consuming information like never before in the history of human evolution, what you think is truth, what you think is reality is getting distorted. Understand my point? And everyone is a victim of this. Not any one particular age, everyone. Why is it that I like teaching ethics? The reason is this. Every year, I as a teacher learn something more. I as a teacher learn something new every other day. That is what makes me so happy when I'm teaching this subject. All of you are following me? So whatever you're learning, my humble request, please apply this to what is happening in and around you. All right? We will be discussing all these things. I will be giving you notes for all these things, not to worry. Corruption is a manifestation of what? As per the question, failure of core values in the society. Again, when that ethical deficit happens, what are the kind of things which will happen? Consequences of that. Did you understand the syllabus? There are some 22 questions. All of you are following me. And in this 20 to 22 questions, what you're supposed to remember are not just the questions, but the major demand, what, why, and how of ethical values and its actionable element. All of you are following my point? Value formation. If you remember these things, no matter, no matter what kind of questions they give you, whether it will be short or lengthy questions as such, you will be able to answer it without much of a problem. Am I making my point clear? Good. Now let us get into the deeper end of your ethics and human interface chapter. So I told you, the guy who tried to systematically define what is ethics, you don't have to write anything. In case if you want to write, you can make some running notes on the margins of your book. All of you are following my point. I will be giving you notes. Not at all to worry. I want you to listen for some time. So when we talk about ethics, the term ethics, it originates from this Greek term called as ethos. And this term ethos, it can mean quite a few things in English. It can mean character. It can mean custom. All of you are following my point. It can mean habit. It can mean disposition. All of you are following me? Habit. So what is habit? I've seen people sitting in class. All of you are following my point. They will take a pen and they will put their pen in their ear. Right? Sometimes pen, sometimes their finger only. Do you think it is a good habit? It's not. All of you are following my point. It tells a little bit about your ethics. All of you are following me. Whomsoever has learnt under me in your OGP classes, I know I am a stickler when it comes to certain habits that you follow. I do not ask for military discipline, but nevertheless, some reasonable discipline. Understand my point? Why? It is your habit that decides what kind of character you have. And it is this character which makes you into a human being. Understand my point? The small little things that you do really matters. Habits are those things that you do on a consistent basis that is intended to improve your personality as such. There are good habits, and at the same time there are certain bad habits as well. All of you following my point? This ethos, which is from this Greek language, it can mean in English as habits. Apart from that, what else? You have something called as character. You might have heard this very famous statement in your Sanskrit, Sheelam Param Bhushanam. Character is the highest virtue. It is the highest destiny. Character is like an identity card. Abraham Lincoln, what was his character? What was his character? What was he known for? Honesty or dishonesty? Honesty. What about Donald Trump? Dishonesty, na? Yes. Volatility, as far as I know. No one, and I mean to say this with utmost respect, I don't think even he understands how he will act tomorrow. That volatile he is. Am I right or am I wrong? When we talk about Abraham Lincoln, he is known for his honest character. What is character? It is like a moral identity card. Understand my point? You believe in certain values and you're translating those values into actions even if no one is watching you. And you're doing it in a consistent manner. That is character. Or if you're following me. Now these are the parameters based on which you need to judge a person. Habit, character. But do you think we are judging people these days based on character, based on habit? Very rarely. Most of the times when we judge people, we judge them based on the kind of money that we have in the bank account, or maybe the number of houses that one person has built, maybe on religion, maybe on caste, many other things. Am I right or am I wrong? When they have given you a subject like ethics, when you go to interview, they are not measuring your professional competency only. They are measuring your ethical, your moral competency, your character. If you open your ethics as well as your essay paper, there is one question which they have asked. Nearly all men can face adversity. All of you following me? Nearly all men can face adversity. Whenever things are going tough, everyone will be good. Everyone. However, when things get better, the same people will not be good. Nearly all men can face adversity, but if you want to test the character of the person, give him power. Who told that, madam? Abraham Lincoln. Understand my point? Let us say I am there along with me. Madhu, Mohit, all three are there. All of you are following my point? So if you want to test the character of these three individuals, do not test when the situations are tough in our life. Do not test like that. When you give me power, when you give Madhu power, when you give Mohit power, if they perform much better with that power and they act in a responsible way, their character is strong, not mine. All of you are following me? There have been multiple leaders in the past. Adolf Hitler, Saddam Hussein. When things were going tough for themselves and for their country, they stood up. They seemed to showcase good amount of ethics, good amount of character, am I right? But the moment they got power, what happened to them? They became dictators. That is why you have studied in your paper too. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. All of you are following my point? In your life, as of now, you do have some power. The power to change your future. How you will use this power, that's on you. Understand my point? Come back. What does this term ethics, from which language it originates? Greek. All right. What does this term ethos mean It can mean habit, it can mean character, it can mean custom, a sort of like a rule, a regulation. All of you are following my point? Next, you have disposition, who you are favoring. All of you are following my point? Like this. The first question that we ask the moment we go back home, both father will be there and mother will be there. The first question that you ask your father the moment you go back home is what? You tell me. Where's? Simple. Where's Amma? Am I right or am I wrong? The first question, sometimes I feel very sorry for fathers. Am I right or am I wrong? They would have heard the same question every other day. Right? The fathers would be thinking, do I not have any value in this home? Be that as it may. All of you are following me? Disposition. You're positively disposed towards your father or mother depending upon the situations. Understand my point? Some people might be positively disposed towards non-violence, towards honesty. You have this individual, Mahatma Gandhi. Yes. These days, many people don't want to call Gandhi as Mahatma. That's up to you. That's your personal opinion. But nevertheless, when you analyze Mahatma Gandhi's actions, you can make out that in his life, by far and large, he was positively disposed towards your non-violence and satyagraha. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. Character is like your identity card. The values, the belief system that you translate into your actions on a consistent basis, even if no one is watching you. That is character. All of you are following me? Couple of days ago, in the state of Odisha, you have this IAS officer who came from a northeastern state. I forgot, maybe Tripura, I guess, I don't know. This guy was working in Odisha. He was caught red-handed accepting bribe worth 10 or 15 lakhs as far as I remember. When they raided his home, they were able to find another 47 lakhs. Do you think he has accumulated all these kind of money in a legal way, in an ethical way? Absolutely not. What's the point? Will you be ethical only when someone is monitoring you, only when CBI is looking at you over your shoulders? No. Not long ago, you heard about an IAS officer couple. They closed a public stadium in Delhi so that they could go on a walk. Along with them, they also took their dog. Understand the point? Look at our country. A dog has more value and dignity than most of the people. Right? So when you build a country, it should not be built only in terms of how many master degrees one has, how many PhD one has. Rather, it should be built keeping in mind the kind of qualities. That is why your UPSC has asked a very beautiful question in essay paper. Destiny of a nation is shaped in its classroom. Understand the point? Destiny of a nation is shaped in its classroom. Do you remember this essay topic? That's the thing. So tomorrow, you go to the examination and you have a term, ethics. Ethics, originating from the Greek term ethos, can mean character, custom, habit, disposition. All right? Indirectly, let us say, they're asking you a question, what is real education? What is education as per you? Education as per me is building a set of good habits, developing good character. Understand my point? Making our behaviors correspond to a set of customs, right customs, and building a disposition, a positive disposition towards the country and its ideals. All of you following me? So here you might be thinking, sir, I know this. It's okay. You know, fine. However, again revise. 30% is all that I'm teaching you as of now. You can come to the class, you can listen to me, you can make notes. I will give you the notes for all the PYQs, 2022 questions. But the remaining 70% is application. So what will you do with these 4 terms that I want? Many a time you would have gotten this remarks from your mentors or faculties that you're writing an ethics answer like a society answer, like other subject answers. Why do you get that remark? Because you're not aware of the kind of keywords that you're expected to use. All of you are following me? Habit, character, custom, disposition. All of you are following my point? So come back. Now, if you look at your ancient Greece, there have been multiple philosophers over the years. You have your Socrates, you have your Plato, you also have your Aristotle. So if you open Aristotle's book, Nicomachean Ethics, there he defines ethics in a very good way. Look at this one. Ethics is a practical science. So what is he saying here? Ethics, is it something that is just limited to your books, your academics, or is it something that is actionable? Actionable, that is more important for me. Ethics as a practical science that helps individuals become virtuous. What is virtue? Virtuous means someone who has very high moral standards. Understand my point? If I keep Ratan Tata in the room and next to him you have your Mukesh Ambani, both of them, Ratan Tata unfortunately is no more, but both of them at one point in time I had good money, right? Now, in these two individuals, who will you respect more? Who do you consider to be more virtuous? Ratan Tata, because Ratan Tata at the end of the day, he was known for high moral standards. Am I right? For having those virtues. All of you are following me? So for Aristotle, ethics is a practical science that helps individuals become virtuous. The more virtuous they become, the more happy they will be in life. All of you are following my point? And this happiness, my friend in the blue color t-shirt, I've seen you somewhere. You only, sir. What's your name? Santosh. They OJP 1 3rd floor ali, we had a talk, I guess. You're not a OJP batch student. OJP, yeah batch appa. Last version na? Adru last version na? Ee version na? Keduskodo. Santosha, kedusko. Alright, so listen to me. When we talk about Aristotle's version of happiness, he uses a term called as eudaimonic happiness. All of you are following me? So what is eudaimonic happiness? Right? If you look at his name, Santosha means what? Happiness. All of you are following my point? So listen to me. Santosha, what is Santosha as per you? What is happiness as per you, Santosha? Tell me. Aramagi helu. Madhuve agada? Madhe? Non-veg tinnada? Mattenappa? Successful in life. So what kind of success you want? How do you define that success? That is the question. To achieve your goals. Okay, not a problem. The thing is this. Everyone wants to be happy. But your Aristotle says, when you become virtuous, when you have that high moral standards in your life, you will have eudaimonic happiness. What is eudaimonic happiness? It means purposeful and meaningful happiness. Understand my point? There are certain people that I've seen in my life, they have anything and everything in their life. Power, wealth, fame, money and everything. Sab kuch hai. But at the end of the day, they do not have that happiness that they crave for. All of you following me? Someone might be in an IT job or some other job, let us say. They're doing this job just for the sake of money. Just for some wealth status, power status or whatnot. All of you following my point? Do you think they're deriving some purpose, they're deriving some meaning out of that job? No. They have power, wealth, fame and money, but they're not deriving any purpose or any meaning from that particular job. Do you think they will be happy? No. When I look at the world in which we are living as of now, very rarely, very few individuals, they feel that eudaimonic happiness. Eudaimonic happiness means happiness which gives you that sense of purpose, sense of meaning in life. Very few people have it. You guys agree with me? That's the thing. Many people are unhappy despite having power, wealth, fame and money. It is for this reason that many people have monetized your unhappiness. This is why you have people, right, some Swami, some Fakir or whomsoever it might be, who are not very genuine, right, opening some satsang happening in every part of the country. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. But if you start to do activities, if you start to do a job, if you find some purpose and some meaning in what you're doing as of now, that is eudaimonic happiness. You might not have that power, wealth, fame and money as of now, but when you are finding some purpose and meaning in what you're doing, that is when you will get that happiness. Following my point? And the greatest scarcity in our country is this eudaimonic happiness. You guys agree with me? So ethics is that practical science which is intended to help individuals become more virtuous. If they become more virtuous, as per Aristotle, what will they get? A 5-star chocolate? No. What will they get? What kind of happiness? Eudaimonic happiness. All of you are following my point? Helps individuals become more virtuous through habits and rational choices. Through habits and rational choices. Habits, I told you, it is something that you do on a consistent basis, even if no one is monitoring you, even if no one is regulating you. And I told you, it is this habit that makes character. There is a very beautiful quote in English. Attitude makes habit. Habit makes character. Character makes man. This is a UPSC essay topic as well. All of you are following my point. And I say this to quite a few people. When I teach you, in the first few classes itself, I can understand who is the one who is going to be in the merit list and who is that someone who will be there here but even will not be clearing pre. Understand my point? So what gives me that authority? What gives me an understanding of it? Very simple, it is habits. I've come across people who have extraordinary talents in their life but they have not been able to clear even pre. And on the other hand, I've come across people with less talent, but nevertheless, they worked so hard, they had such good habits, they were able to get their name in the merit list. I have students like that as well. All of you are following my point? So when you become virtuous, how are we developing that virtues? Through habits, through rational choices. So you have a choice as of now. When you're sitting in my class, you can listen to me. Or you cannot listen, you can zone out. You have the choice. Understand my point? But when you zone out, I also have the choice to either scold you or not scold you. And you know which choice I will always take. Even in my sleep. Understand my point? If I find out someone's attention is elsewhere, I will be letting out my steam. Understanding my point? Each and everyone as of now, you have a choice. If you are virtuous, whatever choices you have in front of you, you will react to these choices in a rational way, in a logical way. If not, it can be very irrational. If I ask you to take a pen and paper and note down all the things, all those past events where you suffered, where you had to face some pain. The reason why you suffered that pain was because whatever you were planning, it might be your 10th standard examination, PU, graduation, MBBS, I don't know what not. There, you could have done better, but you did not. The reason is, you did not have good habits. Understand my point? You might have made choices in your past. All of you are following my point? These choices might not have given you the dividends, positive dividends. Rather, it would have given you quite a lot of pain. Why? Because you did not take a rational choice. Rather, you were irrational. For you, it is just 3 lines. For you, it is just about by-hearting. Ethics is a practical science. That is not how you should be. All of you are following my point. Identify the keywords here. Identify the spirit. More than enough. You don't have to by-heart then. All of you are following my point. Here, that practical word is very important for me. All of you are following my point. Then, whenever Aristotle, Socrates, Plato come into the picture, virtue comes into the definition. Understand my point, right? And how am I developing these virtues? Through habits and rational choices. That's it. When they ask you, what do you understand by the term ethics? Ethics is that branch of philosophy that deals with providing us with a practical point of view to help us become more virtuous by developing the right habits and a sense of right choices. Understand my point? Through using our rationality. That's it. This is not exactly what Aristotle told, right? It's a little bit different. And whenever they ask you, what do you understand by the term ethics? You can use imageries as well. Understand my point? What are the famous imageries that you have come across when it comes to ethics? Ethics is like a moral compass. What does your compass do? It points in the direction, right? Yes. Likewise, ethics is like that moral compass. Ethics is like that lighthouse. Understanding point? Sheddalla lighthouse. Right? People who are from Karnataka will understand this joke. People who are not from Karnataka, let it go. UPSC doesn't care. All of you are following my point. Ethics is like that lighthouse. Ethics is like that compass. All of you following my point? Ethics is like that North Star that you might have studied in your geography classes. Am I right or am I wrong? Like this. Simple. Many people have commented on ethics. Many people. One of my favorite definitions of ethics is this. It is in the form of a quote. Ethics is nothing but a reverence for life. This was given by a guy called as Albert. All right. Right? Come back. All right. Anyways. Ethics is nothing else than reverence for life. Now in life, someone wants to be successful. In life, someone wants to be happy. Someone wants to be content. Someone wants to enjoy the kind of relations that they make in this world. So if you want to achieve anything that you dream of in life, if you want to have that passion in anything and everything that you do, ethics is something which should be the foundation. If this ethics is not there, that reverence, that admiration for life as such will not be there. All of you are following me? Just yesterday, I showcased an article to you where they had given, we are wired to think in a positive way or a negative way. Pessimistic, negative way, very good. When you have ethics, no matter the kind of setbacks you have, no matter the kind of failures you have in your life, you will try to overcome it. You will try to have that passion in life. If not, you will be going ahead with your life in a very mechanical, machine sort of a way. Understand my point? And this is the moment you start feeling like that in life, that is the day when you truly die. The physical death is something later. All of you are following me? I know, I've been where you are. I know the kind of challenges that are there in front of you. I know there is a probability that some will fail, some will succeed. I know that. However, my dear friends, if you win, good enough. Even if you don't win, the world is much bigger. Life is much bigger. And in this exam of life, I wouldn't call it life as an exam. It's an adventure. And in this adventure of a life, you can feel happy, you can be content over and above your UPSC also. All of you are following me? That you can have it when ethics is the backbone. All of you are following my point? I've seen people with humongous talent studying in IIT, IIM. All of you are following my point? Some of the best colleges in the country. But when I look at how they're going about their life, there is so much of pressure. All of you are following my point? And unfortunately, when they're unable to deal with this pressure, their interest in life as such kind of decreases. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. I feel quite sorry that we have put so much of pressure on them. If you look at our education system, even from a LKG day, am I right or am I wrong? These days there is so much of pressure. That's not how it should be. All of you following me? For me, the best possible summary of what is ethics is this one, given by a guy called as Albert Schweitzer. What did he say? Ethics is nothing else than reverence for life, devotion for life. All of you following my point? I've taught you art and culture for some batches. So in your art and culture, I have taught you about a person who saw God in what he did, the kind of work he did. Who am I referring to? Basavanna. Kaikave Kailasa. So when you have such kind of ethical notions in your life and you use it in any domain of your life, be it your personal life, be it your professional life, anything, the dividends that you get in the longer run will be positive. When you do not have ethics, when you do not have such reverence, such devotion towards life, towards the people that you meet, in the short term you might get some pleasures, but in the longer term you will suffer. All of you following me? So come back. Many people have given their own versions of what is ethics. This is Aristotle. Look at one more thing. This is Ayn Rand. I like her definition of ethics. Ethics is a code of values to guide man's choices and action. Here, which keyword is getting repeated again? Choices. All of you are following my point? Here she is saying ethics is a code of values. So when I ask you who you are, Madam Kriti, who are you? You always get surprised when I ask you a question, right? I've taught you so many subjects. Who are you, madam? Don't start by saying, I am Kriti, right? I am from Rajasthan or Himachal, I forgot. Uttarakhand. बड़े बड़े देशों में. Okay. Yes, thank you. Tell me, madam, who are you? Good answer. All of you are following me. I remember in one of the classes, I asked an individual just like this, who are you? The person told like this. ये क्या होता है ये? Understand my point? And it was like this. It was like a Bharatanatyam sort of stuff. If you have an idea of who you are, good enough. Even if you don't have an idea and you're exploring, that's a good thing. I like that. You need to have an answer. If you don't have an answer, at least explore. Not all who wander are lost. Do you remember that? Yes. As of now, I'm 35 years of age. All right. And throughout my life, I have taken up challenges, I've taken up risk, and many people have called me at many points in time as a lost individual. Understand my point? As a lost individual. All of you follow me. I'm someone from an engineering background who's teaching you subjects such as art and culture, ethics and essay. Sometimes my own mother makes fun of it. All of you following my point? Be that as it may. The society, the family, you know how they treat you. Am I right or am I wrong? Even those people who you think are your best friends sometimes might treat you in a bad way. And that is fine. That is natural. Societal pressure, societal judgment will be there. However, when I was wandering like this, when I was taking up different challenges, I learned who I am. Initially, I did not have an idea. I thought I was this. Whatever I had an idea of my own that was given to me by my teacher, by my family, right? But when I took up challenges, when I took up risk, I understood who I am. What is the moral potential I have? What is the academic depth I have? Understand my point? Every time I failed, I understood what is rock bottom. But nevertheless, there was still some optimism left to get back up. All of you following me? And in this journey, I have found what are those values that I characterize my life with. These values are very sacrosanct for me. Understand my point? The first and the foremost important value for me in life is perseverance. I know I'm not as talented as you. Understand my point? I know I'm an average individual. But nevertheless, you give me any work, any challenge as such, I know I can outwork you by putting in more number of hours than anyone can else do. Understand my point? For me, perseverance has always been very important in this journey. That is one of those values in my set. All of you follow my point? In my bag, which has always helped me in my journey. So ethics is made up of such code of values. Perseverance is something that I identify myself with. The second one, these days have become more patient in my life. All right? Munche irlilla adu. The same incident which if it had happened to me 10, 15 years ago, the bike guy honking twice or thrice, I swear on everyone's life that I believe in, I would have told him certain things. Probably Ben Stokes would have come out of my mouth. Understand my point? But in this journey, you learn patience, you learn dharma. All of you are following me. So like this, I have my own code of values. Ethics, as per Ayn Rand, is that code of values that helps you to exercise your choices, helps you to exercise your action. To be or not to be, that is the question. This is a very famous English statement. Understanding my point? I'll be very honest with you again. When I started teaching ethics, all right, many people did not have that faith in me. Many people did not have that belief in me. They had not even allowed me to take a class like this, and they had lost that faith. All of you are following my point? I had to go to a class, and the moment I went to the class, I knew 90% of the people in the class, they were a little bit anxious. But they exercised a choice to give me an opportunity, and they've not regretted it. Understand my point? Ethics comes into the picture when choices are there, when your actions are not pressurized. Following my point? Ethics is that code of values that helps you to take those choices and actions in your life. What kind of choice, what kind of action? When you go to Zomato, today is Wednesday, Santosha will order non-veg, I don't know, or veg. Ethics does not come into picture like this. When I say choices and actions, these choices and actions must be associated with some purpose or course of your life.
Couple of days ago, I met an individual. That individual told me, sir, I'm not enjoying UPSC. What do you think I should do? I told, leave. Don't be here. Sir, are you sure? That's not a question that I have to answer. That's a question that you have to answer. But if I was in your place, yes. If you're not enjoying something, there's absolutely no point in being here. That's the stance that I will always maintain in front of anyone. All of you are following the point. Tomorrow, if I get up and I do not like this job, I'm not enjoying it as much as I was at one point in time, I would not think twice to let go of this job and try something else. Initially, there might be some volatility, there might be some instability. People might think that I'm again getting lost. But at the end of the day, when I go to my grave, I'll be alone. I won't be taking anyone, right? So I do not want to lead my life as a spectator sport. I want it to be for myself only. Following me? Ethics comes into the picture when those choices and actions that are there in your life, it determines the purpose or where your life is heading. Following me? You might not have cleared UPS in your first attempt, second attempt, third attempt, whatever it is. However, if the code of values that you still have in yourself, you're implementing those code of values in all your choices, in all your actions, and you're being consistent, there is still hope for you. Understand my point? But if I see a student who does not have a code of values, who does not use those code of values in the choices and actions in their life, their purpose and course of action is very haphazard, that makes me kind of sad. The greatest pain for a teacher in this domain is this: knowing fully well that the students listening to him are very talented, but few of them will make it into the merit list. That is the greatest pain for teacher, if not for others, at least for me. So when I ask you who you are, I do not care about your name, your religion, or things like this. I care about what are your code of values and how you're using those code of values when it comes to your choices and actions in life. And these choice and action, is it related to some mechanic aspect, or is it related to the purpose and the course of your life? And these are very important. Purpose and course of life. You have heard that Siddhartha at the age of 29, what did he do? Did he stay back in his palace or did he leave? He left because he wanted answers for some of the questions that was bothering him. He had a choice. He wanted to take up certain action. He was guided in that way by the code of values that he identified himself with. Understand my point? Many people criticize India for helping Turkey when Turkey was affected with earthquake. Do you remember? Many people criticize India. Why? Because Turkey did not support India vis-a-vis India-Pakistan issue. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Turkey was doing the same thing even before the earthquake, but when earthquake happened, India was one of the first few countries to be in Turkey, as far as I remember. We provided humanitarian assistance. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. Why did we do that? Because India as a country is known for certain code of values. And these code of values we apply no matter what the situation. Some people might like it, some people might not like it. That is okay, that is fine, that's their opinion. Understand my point? When we talk about India or America or any other country, they have their own set or own code of values. Just like how countries have their own code of values, so do you. Do not compromise on it. All of you following my point? And whenever you are at a crossroad, right, you have to take a decision where your life should go, what should be the purpose of your life. In such a point of life, use those code of values, use ethics. Following my point? The person who understands you the most is you, not me. I might have some idea, but not an exact idea. You guys agree with me? Right? So you tell me, what is ethics? What are the key terms here? Code of values, choices and action pertaining to what? Purpose and course of life. That's it. All of you are following me? I have a habit of reading books. There is a book called as The Moral Landscape. And look at what they have written in this book, Moral Landscape, the definition of ethics is about maximizing well-being, and it can be approached scientifically. This is his opinion, the author's opinion in the book, The Moral Landscape. Do you remember in the first definition that we spoke about, your Aristotle, did he speak that pursuit of ethics is something which is very romantic in nature or rational in nature? Rational. So he is just echoing the same sentiments. Understand my point? Ethics is about maximizing well-being. I have shown you a UPSC PYQ. In that UPSC PYQ, what did you study about? In that PYQ, what was that question that you came across? Explain how ethics promote social and human growth, or was it well-being? That is the thing. All of you are following my point? Ethics is about maximizing well-being, and it can be approached scientifically in a rational manner. So you can use your book references as well in your conclusion if you want, even in your ethics paper. All of you are following my point? So come back. Apart from this, what are the other few quotes related to ethics? Ethics is not just knowing what is good, but becoming good by doing good. So here is he talking about ethics is nothing but pursuit of what is good from an academic point of view, or is it about living it? Living it, actionable. Truth is not thought but lived. This is a UPSC essay topic. All of you are following my point? Ethics is not something which I can teach you, but at the end of the day, that in itself is not going to make you good. Ethics, if you practice it, then there is some value on ethics. If not, no value as such. All of you are following me? Look at the second quote. Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what is right to do. So what happens? Am I right or am I wrong? So you have option A, option B, option C. Let us say choice A, choice B, choice C, choice D. In all of these choices, which choice is the best, is the right thing to do, that people should be aware of? All of you are following my point? Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have a right to do and what is right to do. For some of you, I would have told the story of a guy called as Jamshedji Tata. When he set up a plant, the people working in that plant, in that industry, they were not very regular. Because of their lack of work ethics, what used to happen was the productivity in that industry was very less. Now he has invested so much amount of money. He has appointed quite a lot of people. He is giving them salaries and everything, but he is not, forget profit, he is not even making the money that he has invested. He is in loss. So he has various choices in front of him. Some of the choices that he has is fire people, suspend them. But what did your Jamshedji Tata do? No, he did not fire or suspend them. He went to all his workers and he told them, you come and work for me and I will make sure you will get insurance. Understand my point? This was a concept which he implemented in your 19th century. He told, if your children are studying well, I will be taking care of their education by providing scholarship. He had a right to fire all these workers who were not very regular. But what did he do? He chose the best option, the right thing to do. All of you are following my point? Many people in their life, they are aware that you have a right. You are aware of it. But what is that right thing to do? Many people are not aware. For example, you have a right to vote. Am I right? You have a right to vote. I'm not questioning that. But are we voting in the right way? Not all of us. Am I right? Some people are still voting based on religion, based on caste, based on gender, region and whatnot. Is that the right thing to do? Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what is right to do. In every situation, will you be using danda? No. Sam Bed Dand, do you remember that? Yes. Usually I do not scold a person in the first instance itself. I will be giving them few chances here and there. I will be mildly telling them that you have to change your ways. In case if they don't do it, then I will unload. All of you are following my point? Ethics is knowing that difference. Many people do not have this. Many people lack this wisdom. That is why we have most of the problems that we see in this world as of now. You guys agree with me? All of us have a right to vote. But when we ask ourselves, are we voting in the right way? That is where it becomes quite sad. You guys agree with me? If you look at my own city, Bangalore, whenever there is election, hardly we get 50 to 55% voter turnout. Most of the people in Bangalore at that point in time, they will go for picnic. ಅವರು 2 ದಿವಸ ಪಿಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ವೋಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋರು ಅವ್ರು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಪಿಕ್ನಿಕ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ. For those who do not understand, people will go for picnic during these election days, and the people that get elected, they will be in picnic for that 5 years. I hope you're following my point. Be that as it may, I hope you understood what these 3 quotes mean. All right? It is not just enough that you know about ethics. You have to do what? You have to live it day in and day out. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be irritating. You might ask me, sir, the world outside is unethical. Why should I be? We will be discussing questions like this. The second one, ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what is right to do. Voting example, remember that. The third one, my favorite, ethics is nothing but the reverence for life. If you want to achieve anything in life, anything, success, happiness, contentment, whatever it might be, ethics should be the foundation. Well, if you're following me, there are 2 teachers in life. One is teachers like me, and the other one is life itself. So any given point in time in your life, if you're going ahead thinking that I am unethical, I am immoral, I will get by it, nothing is going to happen to me. Life has its own way to teach you, and when it teaches you, it is not going to be, right, Papa, Papu, Ranna, Punna, no. It will teach you in the most brutal way. So do the course correction wherever it is required. All of you follow my point? Understanding? Did you understand what is ethics? Pakka. Initially, I started with a very superficial definition. However, as we proceeded, I've given you what I think, if you write in your answers, will give you an edge over others. All of you follow my point? I've given you opinions of authors, thinkers as well. I've given you some quotes. You can use these 3 things and you can form your own understanding of what is ethics as well. Whenever you write a definition of ethics, what are the things that should be there? Choices, action. All of you follow my point? Purpose, course of action. If this is there, I'm happy. Do not just again write the same thing. Ethics is the branch of philosophy which deals with what is right and what is wrong. I've seen this definition in so many standard books. There's no originality there. Following my point? So come back. Now when you look at your PYQs, they've asked a very simple question. All right? What do you understand by the term values and ethics? Understand my point? What do you understand by the term values and ethics? Now when we talk about values, I've used a metaphor. Understand my point? Values are like bricks. So if I have to define values in a very technical way, values are the belief systems that we have in life. And it is these belief systems that guide us in what we do. All of you are following my point? Values. Another way of defining values are nothing but preferences that we have in life. So madam, what? Malvika, I don't know, what's your name? Manvi, yes. Madam, what do you prefer? A Samsung mobile or an Apple mobile? Samsung mobile. If I tell you, I will be gifting you Apple or Samsung, which one would you prefer? Sorry? Apple. Look at her. Her values change so quickly. Her preferences change so quickly. Madam, an IAS groom or an IPS groom? You have to still think. Just questioning. Don't worry. All right? She got stunned for a moment. Right? Maybe she has someone. I pull both boys and girls' legs. Don't take me the wrong way. All of you, come back. So listen to me. Values are nothing but preferences that we have with respect to objects, with respect to people as well. These preferences, they guide us in what we do. All of you follow my point? Another way of defining values, I've told you, these are our core belief systems. Core belief systems that guide us in our thought process and in our action process. Core belief. All of you following my point? Now, when you use these values and you build, I'm comparing values to bricks. All of you are following my point. When you use these bricks to build some public building, we call it as ethics. When I use these values to build, let us say, my own home, I call it as morality. The term ethics, it came from which language? Greek. The same term ethos, which when it went to your Latin language, it was known as mores, M-O-R-E-S, mores. All of you are following my point. It is called as customary habit, like that. For a large part of this subject, ethics and morality, they were considered one and the same. They were not considered as different, one and the same. However, in the late 20th century, ethics and morality, they started to be seen in a different manner. Ethics started to be seen from a more rational, philosophical and scientific pursuit of what is right. All of you are following me? Morality, on the other hand, it was characterized by those values that we believe in a culture or with respect to an individual. All of you are following my point? Now, she likes Apple. He might like Samsung, or he might like Micromax. I don't know, Mohit, what do you like? Micromax? Lemon. One of my friend had a mobile set called as Lemon, right? And you know what was his nickname in our graduation. Be that as it may. All of you are following my point? So when we talk about ethics, it is a more philosophical, scientific, rational pursuit of what is right. All of you are following my point? These are generally accepted at an organizational level as well. That is why you hear of something called as professional ethics. When you become IAS and IPS officers, all of you are following my point, you will have your all India service rules. Do you remember that? So like this. So when we talk about values, if I talk about values, these are initial belief system, our core belief system, based on which we think, based on which we act. These values, these bricks, when I use to construct a cultural home, a community home, or my own home, we call it as morality. When I use the same values to construct something which is collectively, no matter what culture you come from, I'm building a public building, a collective building. What is the term that we use? Ethics. All of you are following me? Values are the foundations. When these values are applied to a culture, let us say Hindu culture, to Islamic culture, to Buddhist culture, like this, they have their own morality. Am I right or am I wrong? Group, culture, or it can also be at an individual level. Understand my point? I am someone who is against capital punishment, right? But let us say, in front of me there is a case, and in that case the lawyer has conclusively proved the person needs capital punishment. Will I bring my personal preference into the picture, or will I be acting based on constitutional values? Constitutional values. All of you following my point? So come back. Even to this day, your UPSC has not asked what is the difference between ethics and morality. If they ask you what is ethics, it is more on a collective level which applies generally to everyone. When we talk about morality, all right, look at that one. Culture, religious or social code of conduct. All of you are following my point? When we talk about ethics, reasoned argument, philosophy, or it can also be related to professions. What is the other one? Tradition, religion, social norms. These are from where you get your morality, modes. All of you are following me? Come back. It is much broader. So when I told you, when we talk about ethics, do I apply it to just some Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian? No, it applies to each and everyone. Broader. Applies to universal principles. On the other hand, look at this one. It is quite narrow. Each and every culture might have their own morality. And I also told you, morality can also be at an individual level. All of you are following my point? Now, he might be a vegetarian, he might be a non-vegetarian. Who is right, who is wrong, right? That is a question for morality as such. All of you are following my point? Each and everyone will have their own choices. In some cultures, dietary habits are like one. In another culture, the dietary habits might be different. All of you are following me? So come back. Look at the other one, the last one. Common in professions, public,
legal context. And the last one is common at a personal, cultural and religious level. Did you understand what is the difference? So when you take that values, just a second, madam. When you take that values and apply it in a reasoned, philosophical and rational way to a much broader group, we call it as ethics. When you take values as such, influenced by your religion, influenced by your culture, your region, right? And you apply it to that group or you apply it to yourself, what do we call it as? Morality. So that is why I use this metaphor. All of you are following my point. Values are like bricks. If you use these bricks to build a public building, call it as ethics. If you use these bricks to build some community building for your community, for your culture or for yourself, you can call it as morality. Yes, Madam Kriti.
The values of constitution apply to everyone irrespective of religion or tradition.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it not constitutional ethics and constitutional morality?
Okay.
Gives it a narrow.
No, the thing is this. When they have asked you what is constitutional morality, I might have my own individual morality as such. All right. So when I gave you the example, I am a judge, right? I am against capital punishment at a personal level. But however, someone is proving to me, sir, based on the constitutional values as of now, when you're deciding on the case, you have to keep constitutional morality in mind rather than your personal preferences, your personal values. That makes sense. That is why when you look at your PYQ, they have asked a question, what do you understand by constitutional morality, not constitutional ethics as such. Understand my point? When it comes to me as a judge, when I'm acting in my capacity as a judge, these values matter to me, the constitutional values. Then I will be discussing or giving my judgment on that. That's why. Did you understand? You're keeping aside all your personal values as such and just focusing on it. Getting my point? Right. Any other question? So come back. I've shown you a question on constitutional morality. Do you remember? So like this. All of you are following me. When we talk about constitutional ethics, since she has brought it up, when we talk about constitutional ethics, understand my point? Here, yes, it applies to a much broader level. However, let us say when I am talking at a personal level where I have to take a decision. Understand my point? That is where constitutional morality comes into the picture. All of you are following me. When I am in a voting booth, constitutional morality, I have a choice to make. I will be keeping all my personal preferences, values aside, and I will be voting based on those constitutional values. All of you are following me? Simple enough. Getting my point? Yes, there are instances where you would have heard that this policy, this act of the government goes against constitutional ethos as well. Have you heard of that? Yes. If you look at your PYQs, till today they have not asked what is the difference between values and ethics, or not values and ethics, what is the difference between ethics and morality? Because by far and large, I have told you, in the history of this subject, did we use ethics and morality in a differing way, or was it used more or less same? More or less same. But by the end of 20th century, there was a small deviation. Understand my point? That is why in some places you might find constitutional ethics, constitutional morality, but when your UPSC asked you, what do you understand by constitutional morality? It is keeping all your personal values, preferences, everything aside and taking a decision, keeping in mind purely constitutional values. Simple. All of you following me? I hope you understood. Getting my point? So as of now, what is it that you have understood? What is ethics? What are values? What is morality? All of you following me? There are a few more things that we have to discuss. What is ethics and human interface? I think I have already told you that. Do you remember? Right? Whenever we are interacting with each other, right? Even when I'm talking with you, I address you as sir, madam, and even when I crack a joke, just so you do not take it in the wrong way, I just say, I'm just joking. All of you are following my point. Imagine we are interfacing, but there is no rules and regulations and we are acting any and every way we want. Do you think that kind of a society will have stability or instability? Instability. When you bring ethics into the picture, that is when the interface will be that humane in nature. It is your ethics which gives you the quality of being
a humane being, not human being, being a humane being. All of you are following my point? Like this. Each and every term which is part of your syllabus, you need to have utmost clarity on this. All of you are following me? What is ethics and human interface? So when he acted, your Justice Khanna acted in this particular case, he used his constitutional morality. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. All of you are following me? When he was in this role, what were the things that he kept in mind when he was interfacing with certain important issues concerning Article 21, constitutional values? Like this it goes about. So in your newspaper, you might come across multiple things. Vigilance sleuths arrest 2 government officials for accepting bribes in Rohtas. Vigilance. All of you following my point? Institutions that we have set up so that there is prevention of corruption. Am I right or am I wrong? So these public servants, when they were acting, did they keep ethics in their mind? No. That is when they took that humanity out of our governance system. In your paper 2, I think which is done, you would have been introduced to terms such as governance, good governance. Am I right? Good governance or even ethical governance for that matter cannot come into the picture where the governance that we have set up is lacking all ethics altogether. Following me? All of you. Look at the other one. Monsoon Shield NNC, Nagpur Municipal Corporation, distributes safety kits to sanitation workers. So India is on the course of becoming a developed country, $5 trillion, 10 trillion, 15. That is what our Prime Minister, ministers and everyone says. But if you look at our country, there are people who are engaged in some of those jobs where dignity is very less. Even in Bangalore, you will be looking at municipal workers, they would not be given gloves, mask. Am I right or am I wrong? So in Nagpur, since the monsoon was about to arrive, they were given all these safety equipments. So here, the government, the municipal corporation, did it showcase any humanity as such when they were interfacing with people? Let us say in our society, we call such jobs as low jobs. Did they showcase that humanity? When ethics is there in the picture, you will be treating each other in a respectful way, in a dignified way. When that is not there, everything goes out of the window. You must have heard of something called as dignity of labor. Have you heard of this? So in dignity of labor, no matter what kind of job you do, that minimal respect that you deserve as a human being will always be given to you. In your Western countries, you can have the president of that country and you can have a municipal worker sitting together and having a conversation. But when it comes to our country, understand my point? When it comes to our country, do we have such dignity of labor? Absolutely no. I've seen people in Bangalore, educated people, mistreating municipal workers. Am I right? You have studied in your paper 2. You will study in your paper 1 as well about Anganwadis. Anganwadi workers. Are we treating them in a dignified way that they deserve? No. So many times you have studied in your newspaper articles, you would have watched the news on Anganwadi workers, we would be firing water cannons. Yes. All of you are following my point. India becoming $5 trillion is very admirable. India beating other countries is very admirable. Yes. However, that in itself is not enough. When each and everyone starts to care for each other, when each and everyone uses ethics in their interactions with others, that is when India can go back and realize the concept of Rama Rajya which your Gandhi had envisioned. Am I right or am I wrong? Like this. All of you following my point? Like this. Have you come across any event? Yeah, please. Yeah. Can anyone tell me? Santosha, where are you from? Ballari. Tell me. In the last couple of weeks or years, have you come across any event where you did not see that human interface? Raghav, you are a doctor or an engineer? Doctor. So tell me, sir, in this medical field as of now, when doctors are interacting with patients at any given point in time, are they treating them in a humane way or is there commercialization? Commercialization is that? Yes. Tell me, Hego Naga, commercialization iradu? Aramagiro. Yado one example kodo. Let us say I have gone to some hospital just for common cold. Sorry? Yes, during COVID time, do you remember? During COVID time, these hospitals, they were taking so much of money. Am I right or am I wrong? The government had to step in and say, please control yourself. Understand my point? And still they were not able to control themselves. I have huge amount of respect for medical field, for doctors and everything. But there are certain commercialized hospitals, if you go just for a common cold over there, they will refer you all the test which is there. Understand my point? And at the end of the day, it's correct. Okay, thank you. And at the end of the day, you will end up spending more money. I've been to government hospitals, and the way the patients are treated in government hospitals is not always great. Am I right? Not long ago, I read in a newspaper in the state of Madhya Pradesh, all right, a lady has lost her husband. Lost her husband and ಗೊತ್ತು ತಾನೆ ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಮರ್ ಗಯಾ hai. And this lady was made to clean the bed on which her husband had died. Education, literacy rate is increasing, but where is humanity? Not long ago, I came across an article where the ambulance services was not provided to those families who had lost their loved ones. So what they did, the father who had lost his daughter, he strapped the daughter to his back and he was carrying her. Where is humanity? You tell me. Where is ethics when we are interfacing with each other? Understanding my point? Not long ago, I came across one more event where a dead person was being carried on a cart. Cart andre gottu tane? Yes, talagadi. On a cart because ambulance services was not provided to them. All of you follow my point? Yes, we are growing. Yes, we are developing. However, are we developing? Are we growing in the right way, in the right direction? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. All of you following my point? Not long ago, in a school, a teacher, she beat up a kid just because he had brought non-veg food, biryani. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ತಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ದೇವರಾಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅವಾಗ. Understanding my point? Like this. All of you following me? Not long ago, in our country, despite so many years of independence, a teacher made a student from the lower caste to go outside of the classroom, right, near the outskirts of that particular school and drink water from a pot which was kept there. All of you following me? That's the thing. Getting my point? Human interface. Not long ago, in my state itself, there was a college. Now this college had caught hold of a student, right? The student was writing the test and he was not aware that there was mobile phone. All right. The mobile phone rang, the invigilator caught him and sent him to the principal. Mistakes happen in life. As a teacher, at any given point in time, I see my students making so many mistakes. I try to change them. I try to teach them. Some of them learn, some of them don't. Mistake was made. But the way the college reacted to this mistake, it was very harsh, unduly harsh. The student, who was a very studious individual from a very young age, he was unable to manage this much of humiliation, this much of harsh treatment. So he committed suicide within the college premises itself. Is this correct? No. You've heard of this Boeing company. These days it is in news. When Boeing interfaced with its customers, did it keep the safety of the customers as priority or was it commercialization? Profits. Following my point? That's the thing. All of you following me? Instead of taking 5 topics on a daily basis, I might end up taking just 2 or 3 topics. But I'll make sure those 2 to 3 topics you will understand very well. Understand my point? All of you. And whatever 22 questions are there, you will have answers to that in your notes. But that in itself is not enough for me. Until and unless whatever I teach you, you apply to your life, what is happening in and around you, I won't be satisfied. Understand my point? All of you. So come back. You have seen IAS officers, IPS officers, some of the smartest people we have in the country. And these IAS, IPS officers have been caught making mistakes. Am I right? Sometimes these IAS, IPS officers, they will be treating their assistant as slaves. Have you seen that? I remember not long ago in the state of Tamil Nadu, there was an IAS officer who gave his shoes to his assistant so that his assistant will hold the shoes. Understand my point? I do not understand how he became IAS officer. Well, if you're following me, passing an examination is just the easiest part. What you become after that is very important. Am I making my point clear? In the same state of Tamil Nadu, there was an IPS officer who was accused of going to a police station, right? The inmates were there. What he did was, he changed from your uniform to civilian dress. He took a cutting plier and everything, and he removed the teeth of those inmates. He treated them in such a manner. We call this as police torture, custodial torture. Your law commission has spoken about it. You would have studied about it. Am I right or am I wrong? This IPS officer was accused of doing such things. So where is that human interface? And what is the maxim on which our Indian jurisprudence is based on, founded on? Innocent until proven guilty. Following me? For you, it might seem very simple, but for me, it is very important. Just open your, not now, look at this one. There's one more topic, and then we will go to some notes. Look at this one. This is essence of ethics. All right, essence of ethics. What is essence? What does this term mean? I think the voice is better now. Please check once. When we talk about essence, the term essence, what it means the core quality, it means the indispensable quality. All of you are following my point? For example, what is the essence of water? Madam Kriti. To quench the thirst. This time she was ready. All right, this time she was prepared. Madhu, what is the essence of candle? Blow the light, Allah kano, to give out light. Mohit, what is the essence of your life? Sir, ನನಗೆ ಇದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಈಸಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. What is the essence of anything? It means, essence means the core quality. It is the indispensable quality of anything. All of you are following my point? When I talk about water, the essence of water, as Madam Kriti told, is to quench thirst. What is the essence of the candle? It is to give light. So when I ask him, what is the essence of life? Right? That's not a very easy question to answer. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. However, you need to have a basic understanding. What is the core quality of ethics? All of you are following my point. What it is trying to achieve. When you have studied subjects such as, which is from your paper 3 or from your paper 2 or paper 1 which you will study, each and every subject will have an essence. For me, essence of ethics is very simple. To know what is good. Understand my point? To understand the nature of good. Follow my point? Next, what else it is? Essence of ethics for me is to think good, is to speak good, and it is to do good. All of you are following my point? That is essence of ethics. Knowing only what is good is not enough. I should have the ability to speak it. Knowing what is good, speaking in itself is not enough. I should be translating that into actions. So for me, if you ask me, sir, what is the essence for you as a teacher? Understanding my point? It is very simple. As a teacher, if there are 40 students who are listening to me, 20 students who are listening to me through your YouTube live, whatever it might be, no student should be left behind. Each and every student at the end of the class should have some clarity with respect to what I have taught. In case if there is clarity missing, I will be addressing that. That's not a problem. No student, no child should be left behind. You are coming from different backgrounds. And when I say background, I don't mean religion. Some of you are coming from Bangalore, where the quality of education is different. Some of you are coming from Tier 2, Tier 3 city, where the quality of education might not be the same that you require in this UPSC period. Am I right? When I am teaching to you, it is not only for those selective students. No. If there are 40, 50 students in the class, 20 students listening to me through YouTube live, each and every student should be taken together. No child should be left behind. For me, the essence of teaching is not just giving you academic skills, but also ensuring that whomsoever is listening to me, they have that well-being concept. What is well-being? A sense of happiness, a sense of contentment, not just in physical terms, but also in mental terms. All of you are following me? So for me, if you ask, sir, what is essence of ethics? Very simple. To understand what is good, to think good, to speak good, and do good. That is essence of ethics. Now, open your 2024 ethics paper, please. Now, open your 2024 ethics paper. All right. Go ahead. So, when you open your 2024 question paper, is there any question related to essence of ethics in any way? Is there any question related to essence of ethics in 2024 question paper? Ethics I'm talking about. To think good, to speak good, and do good. Manoj, is your question paper? What is the question then? ಏನು ಖಾಲಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ಯಲ್ಲ ಲೇ ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ವೋಡಾಫೋನಾ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇದೆ ಇವಾಗ ಇಫ್ someone is using Vodafone, don't worry, switch off your mobile. Yes sir, my friend from, still I'm confused, Telangana or Andhra? Chandrababu Naidu, right? Yes, tell me, do you see that question based on essence of ethics? Can you tell me what it is? There is one which is clearly based on essence of ethics. Kriti, what question is it, madam? You do not have to search, it's there in the initial part itself. Not that. It is not enough to talk about it, but one must believe in it. It is not enough to believe in it, one must. Essence of ethics. All of you follow my point. It is not enough for you to know what is good. It should be important that you live in a good manner. That is what Aristotle has also spoken about. That is essence of ethics. Following my point. When you look at these questions, you should have the ability to identify them to which particular syllabus topics, not just singular, plural, it belongs to. So if you read the question, the essence of ethics has been associated, tied with what? An individual, organization, or international relations. Which event? Madam PSIR, which event? Tell me. It is not enough to just believe in it, one must talk. It is not enough to just talk, one must act on it. In the context of the statement, weapon industries. All of you are following my point. This was in your 2024. We will be discussing this topic in detail as well. But nevertheless, did you understand what I'm trying to teach you? All of you? Yes. Start writing few things, then we will come back to other concepts. Around 5:15, I will leave you. All right. Then we'll come back by 6. Then we will have another 2.5 hour session. All of you are following my point? Yes. Just a second. Start writing. Ethics and human interface. Let's start with the syllabus. Ethics and human interface. Hyphen. Essence of ethics. Essence of ethics. Comma. Determinants of ethics, comma, consequence of ethics in human actions, Consequence of ethics in human actions. Come on. Dimension of ethics. Dimension of ethics. Come on. Ethics in public. Ethics in public and private relations. Etc. Private relations, not etc. Private relations, full stop. Human values, hyphen, lessons from the lives of, great leaders, reformers, and administrators, semicolon. Role of family, society, and educational institutions, in inculcating values. All right. Below this, definition of ethics. Write in paragraph format. The term ethics originates from the Greek word ethos. Full stop. In English, it can mean character, custom, habit, or disposition, disposition, disposition. Full stop. Ethics is often compared to a lighthouse, come on, a north star, or even a compass, which indicates the right direction, Stop. Continue. Ethics is that branch of philosophy. Ethics is that branch of philosophy that deals with what is right and what is wrong. What is right and what is wrong. Full stop. Okay. Next para. As per Aristotle, come on. Ethics is a practical science that helps individuals. Ethics is a practical science that helps individuals to become
more virtuous through developing good habits, and rational choices, As next para, as per Ayn Rand, AYNRAND, as per Ayn Rand, comma, ethics is a code of values. Ethics is a code of values that helps us to take decisions regarding various choices and actions hyphen particularly those concerning lives meaning and the course course it proceeds in, and the course it proceeds in. All right. In the famous book, Moral Landscape, authored by Sam Harris, come on. Ethics is defined as that discipline that helps us to maximize the well-being, and that can be approached in a scientific manner. All right. Scientific manner. Below this, write down quotes related to ethics. First one. Ethics is nothing but reverence for life. This quote is given by Albert Schweitzer. Okay, thinker, physician, and he won Nobel Prize as well. All right, Albert Schweitzer, SCHWEITZER. All right. The second one, ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what is right to do. My friend in the blue color shirt, the specs. Yeah, you only. You know, change agudidiyalla. The last, you are our OJP student, right?
The last time I saw you were still a college student. Now, did you pass out? Adhikya change ho, right? He had a Dhoni type of hairstyle. Sir, how do you, sir, observe all these things? All right. Now he has changed. Dhoni tara hairstyle ittane avaga. That is what I was wondering. I've seen this fellow somewhere. किधर पता नहीं चल रहा था, अब पता चल गया. ठीक है. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು? ಎರಡ ಮೂರ? 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮುಗಿತಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಷನ್? ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್? ಹೆಂಗಾಯ್ತು? ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆ. ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಹೇಳು. How much of satisfaction you had? You can do it. That matters to me. All right. Good. What's your name? I forgot. Akshay. Good. Where have I stopped? Potter Stewart. Potter Stewart. Write down one more quote, please. Write down one more quote. Ethics. Ethics is not just knowing. Ethics is not just knowing what is good, comma, but becoming good. But becoming good by doing good. By doing good. Now we will do the separate session on PYQ themes and micro themes. All right? Yeah. So come back. Write down a note. Write down a note. The term ethos, when it was used in Latin language, come on, it was called mores. It was called mores, M-O-R-E-S, mores, which can mean a customary habit, which can mean a customary habit. Full stop. Continue. For most part, come on. Ethics were used in a ethics and morality was used in an interchangeable manner. Stop. However, certain nuances, N-U-A-N-C-E-S, certain nuances between the two started to emerge in the later part of 20th century, full stop. Some of the basic differences between them are, all right. Can you please write down what is there on the board? Right. I want to dictate, sorry. Okay. 2 columns. On one side, it is values, and on the other side, it is ethics. Not values and ethics, sorry. Ethics and morality. On the ethics side, please write down philosophical and rational. inquiry, philosophical and rational inquiry into right and wrong. Into right and wrong on the ethics side. On the morality side, cultural, religious or social code of conduct or social code of conduct. On the ethics side, it is based on reasoned argument. It is based on reasoned argument, philosophy, or even professional rules and regulations. On the morality side, it is based on traditions, religion, or even social norms. Next one. On the ethics side, it is much broader in nature. We'll stop. It is relatively more universal in its application. It is relatively more universal in its application. On the morality side, it is narrower, and it may vary from individual to individual, or even culture, On the ethics side, it can be common in professional, public and legal context. On the morality side, it can be common across cultural and religious life, and at personal level. Next, give the heading: Values and ethics. Hyphen. Importance of ethics. In importance of ethics along with professional competency. In an organization. Tony, you're able to write? The pace is fine. Should I be a little bit slow? Okay. Right, start writing. The term values can simply be understood as the deeply held beliefs about what is important, right
comma, desirable or worthwhile, comma, right, comma, desirable or worthwhile in life. In life. Full stop. Ethics on the other hand, is a code of values, that is generally accepted, as right, full stop. Continue. Professional competency can be understood as those skills required to do a job in an effective and efficient way. Stop. Next para. An individual might have the necessary professional competency, but it needs to be ably supported by ethical competency as well, since it will ensure, first point, trust hyphen professionals are trusted more by their clients and other stakeholders when they are ethical in nature, all right. Second point, it prevents misuse of skill. Full stop. Continue. Professional competency without ethics can lead to manipulation or harm. All right. It can also lead to moral coercion and undue influence. It can also lead to moral coercion and undue influence. All right. Next point, it enhances our decision making abilities. Since it provides A moral point of view, since it provides a moral point of view to evaluate professional challenges. Next point. More than professional competency skills, more than professional competency skills. Come on. Ethics can sustain reputation, stability, and public goodwill for a longer manner. Aligning, next point, aligning our skills with ethics helps us to assure assure ethical governance. Ethics along with professional competency can inspire others and can even promote wholesome leadership. Next point. Just a second. It strengthens accountability. Since ethics promote responsibility amongst the professionals. All right. Write down examples. The Tata Industries emphasize not just on professional skills, but also the ethical nature of its professionals. Second example, Singapore Airlines, Toyota, and similar such companies enjoy the trust of the common public since They put people first. Rather than just mere profit, M-E-R-E, mere profit. All right. Next one, mere profit. Professor M.S. Swaminathan, come on. Dr. Varghese Kurian, etc., were known not only for their professional skills, but ethics as well. All right. Parameswaran Iyer. Come on. R.N. Kao. Former civil servants who showcased high moral standards and instituted a sense of accountability in their officers. How many examples have I given you? 4 or 5? One more, please. Lal Bahadur Shastri hyphen former Prime Minister of India who is known even to this day for his ethical, wholesome leadership. All right. Below this, write down a quote. A man without ethics is a wild beast, loosed upon this world. A man without ethics is a wild beast loosed upon this world. This quote was given by Albert Camus, A-L-B-E-R-T, Albert Camus, C-A-M-U-S. Second one, in looking for people to hire, come on, look for three qualities, hyphen, integrity, comma, intelligence and energy. Full stop. And if they don't have the first, come on, the other two will kill you. This is given by Warren Buffett. Good. Warren Buffett. B-U-F-F-E-T-T. All right. Write down in terms of paragraph. When ethics
and professional competency, when ethics and professional competency complements each other, come on, it is then that we realize our constitutional goals and also usher, USHER, usher ethical governance. Below this, write down a question. What do you understand? By values and ethics? What do you understand by values and ethics? Question mark. In what way is it important to be ethical along with being professionally competent? All right. Next, give the heading. Ethics and human interface. Ethics and human interface. All right. Under that, just write. It implies the study of human beings, the study of how human beings understand, shape, and are shaped by ethical values in thought and action. Full stop. Essence of ethics. Next, give the heading. Essence of ethics. The term essence means the core quality of any object or even an individual full stop. Here, essence of ethics means aligning our thoughts, ALIGNING, aligning our thoughts, speech and actions with moral values. Full stop. In simple terms, it means to think good, speak good, and do good. Hyphen. A principle which acts as the foundation of ethical living. All right. Write down a note. Ethics is not law, ethics is not law, comma feelings, comma religion, comma same as science, or any culturally accepted norm, or any culturally accepted norm. All right. Next, give the heading Determinants of Ethics. Determinants of Ethics. All right. Go take your break. Be back here by 6 p.m. All right.
Good evening. Come back. Thank you. Now, if you look at your syllabus, you have one more topic on which questions are asked. In your section A, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, and section B, all the time, not sometimes, all the time. All of you are following me. Now, if you watch some of the videos that are available, or even the standard books, what they do is, when we talk about determinants of ethics, determinants means factors. All of you are following my point. As of now, we have which season happening? Summer or rainy? Rainy season, right? So depending upon the season, we choose our clothes. It determines our clothing style. Am I right or am I wrong? Right? In your UPSC calendar, this is your main season. That is why you have main specific courses happening. All of you are following me. So what are determinants? These are those factors which decide how we act. All of you are following me? Determinants. This is what it means. When you watch some of the videos that are available or even the standard books, they say determinants and sources of ethics are same. But for me, in a very respectful manner, I disagree with them. For me, determinants of ethics and source of ethics, they are two different things. All of you are following my point? Imagine I am an individual who has been born just now, day number 1. Do you think my mental slate will be filled with anything, or do you think it will be blank? It will be blank, am I right? But on this empty blank slate, there will be people who will be writing what is right, what is wrong. Do you remember that? You will have your family writing what is right, what is wrong. You will have your society, you will have your educational institutions, you will have your media. It is from these sources that you learn what is right and what is wrong. Usually in our family, if you have grown up with siblings and everything, what is the first thing that they teach us? Nagesh, family, when we have siblings, what is the first thing that they teach us? Fight with each other? No, WWE. You can't see me. No, when you have siblings, you need to respect them no matter how much they try to hit you. Understand my point? You need to share and all these things. These are things which are taught to us, sources of ethics. All of you are following my point. So as of now, at the age of 35, I have been taught by all these sources in a way what is right and what is wrong. I know that. All of you are following me. But do you think in each and every situation I will be ethical? I've been taught what is right and what is wrong. My family has taught me. My school, my college, media, everything has taught me what is right and what is wrong. But do you think, given a situation, there is every probability that I will be right? Do you think so? I will tell you myself, I'm teaching you ethics, but let me be very honest with you. I am not as ethical as you think. I'm still learning. It's a marathon. Life is a marathon. All of you are following my point. Why is it that I do not club source of ethics and determinants of ethics? Is for this reason. I might have all the knowledge of what is right and what is wrong, but given a situation, there is no probability that I will act in an ethical way only. All of you are following my point. Imagine I'm a doctor. All of you are following my point. My mother or anyone in my family that I love, they require blood. Urgently they require blood. All of you are following my point. Now there is a stock, but that stock is enough for the patients as of now, not for my family member. If I do not get blood for my family member urgently, there might be some complications. There is a stock, but that stock is for the current patients as of now. All of you are following my point. As a doctor, I know whatever stock is there for the current patients, it is for the current patients, not for my family member. But this is my family member, someone that I love, someone that I care. Am I right? So what will I do in that situation? What will people generally do? They will take from the stock meant for others and they will give it to the family members. Am I right or am I wrong? I had the knowledge. My family, my organization, my medical field had taught me what is right and they had taught me what is wrong. But given the situation, did I do what was right? No. I took
the blood which was there for others and gave it to my family member. What determined my action in this situation to give blood to my family member at the cost of my medical ethics, at the cost of my professional ethics? That we have to understand. That is why I do not club source of ethics and determinants of ethics together. It should not be clubbed together. This is my personal opinion. All of you are following my point. If someone asks you, or tomorrow you're reading the notes, source of ethics and determinant of ethics have given different, you refer some other notes or some other video, there they have clubbed it together. Don't get anxious. Source of ethics is when my mind is blank and people are teaching me what is right, what is wrong. All of you are following me. Now my slate is filled, but given a situation, will I be ethical all the time? No. Me being ethical or not is determined by few factors. That is what we call as determinants of ethics. All of you following me? That is what I call as determinants of ethics. If you look at your notes, somewhere in the notes, I have mentioned something called as moral coercion and undue influence. Have I mentioned that? Right? Your UPSC has asked questions on this, moral coercion and undue influence. Any idea what it is, Madam NCC? Right? I don't remember your name, Madam. I've forgotten. Stories I remember. Chaitra, what happened to your prelims? Did you give this time around? Couldn't get it. It's fine. It's okay. Were you satisfied? Good. NCC only, right? NCC or Scouts and Guides? NCC. What do you think coercion is, madam? Sorry? What is coercion? What is undue influence? Any idea? I'll teach you. Listen to me, all of you. Coercion is basically saying to another person, either my way or highway. Understand my point? Let me take the example of her NCC. Let us say I am her commander. Understand my point? And I say to her, if you do not do what I am telling you as of now, what I am telling is unethical. Okay, if you do not do this unethical thing, I will make sure that your promotions are held. I will make sure that there are disciplinary hearings against you. I am putting a lot of pressure in a visible way to make her change her stance, to make her change her behavior. Am I right? ये होता है coercion. All of you following my point? What is undue influence? Undue influence is very simple. Let us say I am the boss of Madhu over here. Understand my point? Madhu has just joined the company, just joined the organization. I'll tell to Madhu, Madhu, when I was your age, I was just as intelligent as you, just as hardworking as you. And I used to come even on Saturdays and Sundays to office to complete the deadlines. Here the pressure, is it very direct, is it very visible, or is it an indirect, invisible pressure? Indirect, invisible pleasure. Sorry, pressure, not pleasure, pressure. All of you are following my point. For UPSC aspirants, every day is same day. Okay. And for us, pressure at times is pleasure also. So I say to Madhu, if you want to be in a place like me as a boss, you have to follow what I did at that point in time. You have the ability to do it. I tap him on the shoulder. ये होता है undue influence. Understand my point? Here I'm using the emotional connection which is there between him and me. I'm trying to pressurize him, but that pressure, is it very visible or is it on an invisible way? Invisible. When I talk about Madam Chaitra and her NCC as a commander, what kind of pressure I put on her? Was it a visible or an invisible? Visible, direct pressure, either my way or highway. This is what we call as coercion. With Madhu's case, what I call was undue influence. When we were young, our parents, what method did they use? Coercion or undue influence? Both. In my case, it was coercion, madam. Understand my point? 99% mili to ghadi, varna chadi. That was coercion only. As of now, undue influence. Right? 9 months. 9 ತಿಂಗಳು ಹೆತ್ತಿ ಹುತ್ತಿ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ದೆ. Understand my point? Emotional blackmail, this is what we call. All of you are following my point? In ಹೇಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ದೆ ನಿನಗೆ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ರಾಮ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ಬುಲೆಟ್ ಬೈಕು, ನೀನು ಕೊಡಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅವೆಂಜರ್ ಬೈಕು. She was afraid. Understand? I never asked anything from my father. The reason is I knew the answer was no. With mother, I had that emotional connection, right? One time ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ, ಎರಡು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಟ್ ಲಿಟರಲಿ, ಹಂಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಹೊಡಿತೀರ ಕೊಡ್ಸೋರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ I was asking for bullet bike. She told me to look at yourself, right? I am thin, slim. Imagine the bullet bike falls on your leg. There is every chance, if it falls on your body, there is every chance you will have Mahaparinirvana. Understand my point? Be that as it may. I hope now you understand what is coercion and undue influence. Coercion is a visible pressure to change your stance. Undue influence, on the other hand, is an invisible, using the emotional root or the connection that you share with a person to share their opinion, to share their to change their behavior. Not share, change their behavior. All of you following me? This is undue influence. All of you following my point? So even here, let us say I am in the place of Madhu and my boss is saying, if you do not change your report, I am going to fire you. I know what my boss is asking is wrong. I know it clearly, but still I do it. You know why? Because I need this job. Am I right or am I wrong? My family is dependent on it. All of you following my point? That's the thing. So here, should I use the term source of ethics or should I use the term determinants of ethics? Determinants. So here, my action was determined by my circumstances. I have a family which is dependent on me. It was this circumstance that made me choose what I wanted to do. All of you are following my point? Simple. That is why, in a respectful manner, I disagree with those individuals who club source of ethics and determinants of ethics together. Now, in your section A, you might have direct questions on your determinants of ethics or sometimes indirect. But in your section B, from 7th question till your last case study, all of you are following my point? Each and every question, determinants of ethics angle is there. Each and every question. For example, a couple of years ago, right, there was a case study where you have a bank manager. Now, under this bank manager, there are multiple employees and there are 2 employees. All of you follow my point? There are 2 employees. Let us say one is Arushi and the other one is Brunda. Understand my point? Now, what has happened? Brunda's father is sick. He requires immediate surgery, but Brunda does not have enough amount of money. Understand my point? So she has a word with Arushi. Arushi says, I also do not have so much of money. All right? I am sorry. These things happen in life. Brunda requires money urgently. So what she does, she goes to the bank manager. Bank manager says, I do not have that money, Brunda, in my personal bank account. But what I will do is, I will take this amount, whatever amount you require, from a dormant account, which is in the responsibility of bank. You know what is dormant account, right? Someone is not using it. I will take money from the dormant account. Let us say that dormant account belongs to Nagesh. All right? So henceforth, I will not call him as Nagesh, I will call him as Naga. All right? So that bank account is in the name of our friend Naga. He is not using it. Dormant agide. I, as bank manager, have taken money from that Naga's account and have given it to Brunda. All of you understanding? And I have told Brunda, please pay back the money as soon as possible. This is something that only me and Brunda knows. After a couple of days, Arushi meets Brunda and Arushi asks Brunda how everything is going. She says, Brunda says, I got my surgery done for my father. He is recovering well. Arushi asks, how did you manage the money? Then Brunda says, please be secretive. Don't tell it to others. Understand my point? This is how secrets get spread. Right? Brunda says to Arushi, don't tell it to anyone. Okay. Bank manager gave me money like this and I have already started paying him back. Now Arushi is in a dilemma. On one side it is friendship and on the other side it is bank. Understand my point? Tomorrow, let us say our State Bank of India or Canara Bank are doing these things. What will we do tomorrow, first day in the morning? Take back all the money, right? Because we have lost trust. Am I right or am I wrong? Now, Arushi has a responsibility towards her bank. Arushi has a responsibility towards her friend as well. She is in a dilemma. Kya karu, na karu. Following my point? So here, we will discuss when a dilemma comes into the picture, how you should act. I will teach you that, don't worry. However, as of now, what was the situation which prompted bank manager to go against each and every ethics in your banking rules and regulation? What was it? You tell me. Circumstances. Am I right or am I wrong? That lady's father required that urgent surgery. Circumstances. All of you following me? I want you to be thorough with these two concepts. Source of ethics and determinants of ethics. In my class, they're not the same. They're different. When you're analyzing any given case study, analyze if someone is taking the decision of what is right or wrong, it will usually be based on these factors. What are these factors? The first one is purpose of human action. Purpose. All of you following my point? Let us say I give you a case study. All of you following my point? Let us say I am a robber. Now, I have figured out that there is an old lady. All of you following my point? There is an old lady who lives alone in Chandra layout. All of you following my point? In Chandra layout, there is an old lady who lives alone and she appears to be loaded with money and jewelry and everything. I, as a thief, have done my research on this. So what I think, around 11:30 or 12:30, I will go to her home, break open the glass, and I will steal her money. I will steal her jewelry. This is what I have thought. All of you following my point? So the day comes around 12 in the midnight, I go near her home. I go near her home and the doors were all locked and she had tinted window. I could not see what was happening inside. All of you follow my point? I took a stone, I took this rod and I broke open the window. The moment I broke open the window, I saw that this old lady, she is on the floor, she is in a Shavasana state. Understand my point? It seems as if she is dead. Now, I as a robber, I start to have heart attack. Understand my point? If I am caught, being caught for robbery is one charge. It comes with one side of punishment. Being caught with murder is another punishment altogether. Understand my point? So I get anxious. I have a heart attack and I think, Duddu beda, jewelry no beda. I just run away. Understand my point? I do not go inside the house. The window is broken. I do not do anything. I just run away. After a couple of minutes, this old lady who was in the Shavasana state, who appeared to be dead, she wakes up. Understand my point? Why was she unconscious? The reason is very simple. What she had done was, she had kept her cylinder on. All of you following me? This is my hypothetical story. Don't search for any mistakes here. My story. Adeng maritare sir, martidlo. All of you following me? So the cylinder was on, the doors were closed, all windows were closed. So what had happened? The toxic gases, it had filled the whole house. And these toxic gases, when she inhaled, she fell unconscious. But I, as a thief, when I broke open the window, there was a small passage for all these toxic gases to go away from the house, to pass away. Understanding my point? Should I be given Nobel Prize now? You tell me. Should I be awarded because I saved her life? No. Should I be awarded? I broke open the window. Because I broke open the window, that is why she is alive. Should I be awarded? No. Because what was my purpose when I did this? To steal. To steal. To harm her. Am I right or am I wrong? Determinants of action means this. All of you are following me? There are multiple times in your career when you become an IS and IPS officer, when you take decisions, it might not create the right type of results. It might create some pain. It might create some suffering. All of you are following my point? Should I punish you? That's the question. Imagine I'm an IAS officer with whatever information I have as of now on Wednesday, have taken a decision with whatever information I've got. 3 weeks down the line, I get a success rate of 60%. Understand my point? After 1 week, someone files an RTI based on the new information that they have got, that this officer could have taken another process, another step. If he had done that, he would have had an efficiency of 80%. He could have prevented the misuse of so many resources. He has filed a case. Understanding my point? So when the judge is going through this case, what will he look into? What was my purpose? Whatever information was available, based on this information, I took a decision. I took a bold decision. I had to take it. What was my purpose? Was it any selfish or was it selfless? It was selfless. It was based on my public duties. I took that. Neither the courts nor your governments or executive will pronounce me as guilty, because my purpose when I took that action was moral, was legal. 1 week down the line, you have more information, so you have the freedom to retrospectively take a decision. I do not have that. All of you following my point? Purpose matters. You have teachers who scold you. In the initial part of the class, I told you there are two individuals whose mind is here and there, whose efforts is not here. And when I gave you the break, it is these two individuals who are not here. Understand my point? Sometimes I feel I should have taken psychology as my graduation subject. Be that as it may, listen to me now. All of you are following my point? When a teacher scolds you, you have to understand the purpose of that particular teacher. Understand my point? He or she does not have any personal hatred or animosity with you. The reason why they're scolding you is because they see themselves in you. Understand my point? The path that you're walking, we have walked it. And if you continue in that path, it is not going to be very sunny, rosy for you. I'm the biggest example. All of you are following my point? When I failed in my UPSC examination, do you think it was a sunny, rosy type of situation? No. It was very difficult. It was very depressing. I'll be very honest with you. So that is why I scold my students. Do not make the same mistakes that I made. Purpose. But what if I'm scolding you because I have certain selfish purpose? Then my action can be judged as wrong. All of you following my point? That's the thing. So when you have a case study, when someone asks you whether this person, what he or she did, was it right or wrong, you have to keep these things in mind. All of you following my point? I know students of mine, quite a few of them, whenever their parents call them and they ask, the parents ask these students, how is your UPSC preparation going on? Rarely will they give them an honest answer. Am I right? Rarely. Most of the times they lie. What is the purpose behind their lying? You tell me. If they tell the truth, their parents will be worried. That is one. Another reason, if they tell the truth, they will say, leave this UPSC and do something else. Am I right or am I wrong? There are multiple things. Whether it is right or wrong to lie to your parents in situations like this, that is for you to decide. I, for one, believe in having honest and open conversations with parents, no matter how difficult or how complicated the issue might be. How difficult or complicated the issue might be. This is my personal opinion. You might have a differing one. That's up to you. All of you following me? Purpose. Did you understand? What are the other things you have? Let us say consequences of action. You have your circumstances. Circumstance, I think I have already told you. I gave you that case study example of the doctor who took blood which was there for others and gave it to the family member. Circumstance. All of you are following my point? Apart from that, what were the other circumstances? I spoke about Madhu, who was coerced by me into becoming immoral. Circumstances. Understand my point? Let us say you have heard this very famous ethical issue. You have a small kid. Now this small kid, all right, let us say he's around 12, 14 years of age. For me, he's still small only. Understand my point? He is very hungry. His family is hungry. So what he does, he steals a loaf of bread from a shop. Understand my point? So when he stole that loaf of bread from that shop, you can take a little bit lesser. You can give him a little lesser punishment. Am I right or am I wrong? Why? Because it was that hunger circumstance that made him do that. Am I right or am I wrong? Like this. Let us say there is a small kid, a very young kid, a small baby, let me use this term. This small baby is just around 3 or 4 years of age. It comes to you. Understand my point? It smiles at you, it laughs at you, and in the next moment, it slaps you. All of you following my point? What will you do next? Will you slap it back? Will you choke slam it? Yes, hey, psychopath. You won't harm that kid. You won't hurt that kid. Why? The answer is very simple. The kid does not have a knowledge of what is right and what is wrong. Understand my point? It is still a blank slate. All of you are following me. I remember I was traveling with a cousin sister of mine. Understand my point? She was very young, still a small, impressionable kid. And her father was driving. And you know Bangalore roads. And he has a very short temper, short fuse. Someone hogged at him more, not me. All right? Someone cut him off. So you know what comes in the mouth of people when these things happen. Understanding my point? And he says the same thing. His daughter is there, still a very young kid. After a couple of minutes, I start pulling the leg of my cousin sister. You know what she says? Ben Stokes. Understanding my point? At that point in time, it made me smile. But if she had told the same thing when she was old, understanding my point? You will not punish her because you understand what she did. She did not have a knowledge that it was wrong. Rather, you will try to educate her. Determinants of ethics. Whenever you take an action, in that action, we have to make sure you have taken it in a deliberate manner. What is the deliberate manner? You should have had some knowledge of what is right and what is wrong over there. There should be voluntariness. No one should be pressurizing you, either visibly or invisibly. You should have taken a decision from your end, not due to influence of others. Understand my point? That is what we call as deliberate human conduct. Do you think the small kid who started to speak like her father, right, in that Ben Stokes language, she had that knowledge of what was right and wrong? No, she was still a young kid, impressionable kid. When that young kid came and slapped you, will you slap it back? No. Why? The kid did not have that knowledge. All of you are following my point? So you have deliberate human conduct, you have purpose, right? I'll come back to the two things which are remaining. The other thing is consequences of action. Now you have consequence. This term consequence, it refers to what? It refers to input, process, or output. Output. Now let us say you might have heard of a guy called as Bentham, a guy called as Mill. Madam, have you heard of them? Manasa, right? What is the rule that they have given? Whenever you're acting, whenever you're taking a decision, it should lead to what? As per them. Utilitarian principle. So here you have Bentham and Mill. They say the greatest happiness of the greatest number. So if I'm taking a decision, understand my point? And it is affecting the greatest happiness, or if it is creating the greatest happiness of the greatest number, good. That action is right as per them. Here they judge the action, whether it is right or wrong. They determine whether the action is right or wrong, keeping the consequences of that action in mind. All of you are following me? You know your mythology. In case you do not know your mythology, it is fine. It is not a weakness in UPSC field, so don't worry about it. I've had students who text me, who ask me, sir, should I learn mythology to get good marks? Not necessarily. Whatever your faculties are telling you here and there, just be aware of it. Have you heard of this guy called as Rama, who comes in Ramayana, written by Valmiki? What was he called in your Ramayana? Maryada Purushottama. Understand my point? For him, the purpose was very important. All of you follow my point? On the other hand, you have your Mahabharata, and in your Mahabharata, you come across another Purushottama. Who is that? Krishna. So for your Krishna, the purpose was important or the consequences? The consequences was important. That is why if we had to use even immoral means, he would have used it. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. During your Kurukshetra war, you know, there was a Kaurava fellow who had told, right? Your Pandava had told, I will kill this Kaurava fellow before the sunset. Understand my point? The only thing the Kaurava fellow has to do is what? Stay away until sunset. He could have come to OJP1 third floor. Understand my point? Till sunset, be here. After that, you go outside. All of you are following me. Now the day is nearing to an end. It is about to, right? You might see sunset as of now, anytime. So what your Krishna does, do you remember his Sudarshan Chakra? Yes, it keeps on expanding, 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 right? Until this Sudarshan Chakra, it eclipses your sun. That Kaurava fellow was not wearing a watch. Understand my point? So he comes outside. Just like Bangladeshi cricket players, they celebrate even before winning the game. Understand my point? Then what did your Krishna do? He just removed that Sudarshan Chakra. For Krishna, the consequences of action in this situation mattered. Am I right or am I wrong? Consequences. Sometimes people will use immoral means if it creates greatest happiness of the greatest number. Whether it is right or wrong, we will discuss that later. But just be aware. Whenever you're analyzing and trying to determine whether the action is correct or not, you have to keep these factors in mind. All of you following my point? Consequences. Have you heard of this statement which is used in our culture? Savara sullu heladrunu ಒಂದು very good. All of you are following my point? If I translate that into English, even if you have to say 1,000 lies, say it and get married. Understand my point? I do not believe in it. ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೇನೆ ಮದುವೆ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. All of you are following my point? And you're building a relationship, marriage based on lies. It won't sustain itself for a very long period of time. All of you are following me? So come back, listen to me. You have a guy called as Tiruvallavar, right? He was from the state of Tamil Nadu, a great guy. He gave a very beautiful teaching in his book. Falsehood can take the place of truth. Falsehood can take the place of truth if it results in unblemished common good. Understand my point? Falsehood andre eno? Asatya. Falsehood can take the place of truth if it results in unblemished common good. So let us say I'm giving you a lie, but with this lie, whomsoever is there here, they will be able to have some good in life. It will result in common good. In only such cases, you can lie. Understand my point? Because here your Tiruvallavar was saying, okay, you are going to lie, fine, but please make sure when you lie, it results in unblemished common good. It should not create pain and suffering for anyone. That is what he was saying. And your UPSC has asked a question based on this quote of Tiruvallavar. All of you are following me? That's the thing. The world in which we live, it tries to judge us very soon, very quickly. Very soon, very quickly. It doesn't give us the chance. Am I right or am I wrong? And most of the time, the judgments that the society imposes on us are very harsh. The friends, their judgment on you might be harsh. My advice to you is not to judge people, you judge them. But before judging them, have patience to put yourself in the shoes of others, and then you should judge them, not in the first instance. All of you following my point? Understand their circumstances, understand the deliberate human conduct. Was it there or not there? Understand the purpose, understand the consequences, then you judge them. Did you understand? Before you judge anyone, put yourselves in the shoes of others, then you start judging them. Determinants of ethics. Most of the times I get this question from my students who come for mentorship. Sir, my parents are pressurizing me to give up UPSC. They want me to do something else. They're not happy with me. They're telling me to take up another job, another examination. What should I do, sir? I feel my parents don't love me. Do you think the same, sir? You know your parents, what do I know? But what my students forget to do is this. They have to put themselves in the shoes of their parents, and then they have to analyze. Your parents who are much older than you in your age, when they go outside the world, the relatives, the friend, each and everyone will be asking one simple question. Your son, your daughter, they are so smart. Why are they wasting their time in UPSC? Why can't they do some other job, and also prepare simultaneously. Am I right? 9 out of 10 times, they will just listen to it and let it go. 10th time, they will talk to you and they might be a little bit harsh. 10th time. So don't think that they do not love you. It is that love which is making them showcase concern, but rather in a way which you do not appreciate. That's it. Be very slow to judge. Judge, but be a little bit slow. All of you are following me? Determinants. The only thing which is remaining now is nature of object. Couple of days ago, I was having a discussion in my OGP class, and one of my students asked me a question, sir, do you think violence is ethical? Understand my point? And that is a very good question, and from this generation, it is expected, right? Violence, 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 right? Your KGF generation, you all are. She asked me, sir, is violence ethical? By far and large, violence is not ethical. By far and large. The object, violence as an object, the inherent nature is negative. Understand my point? Violence by its inherent nature is negative. However, when someone has violated your sovereignty, understand the point? When someone has come to your country, what will you do? You have to use violence. Reasonable, justifiable violence. All of you are following my point? Here, if I want to create good, the objects that I use also matters. These objects might be inherently positive, it might be inherently negative, or it might be neutral as well. All of you are following my point? Have you heard of this Robin Hood story? Robin Hood, not your Chulbul Pandey. This is different Robin Hood. What did this Robin Hood do? He was a robber. He was a robber. You know what is a robber, right? He was a thief. So what he used to do, he used to steal from the rich people and he used to give it to poor people. Do you think it is right? Let us say, I'm giving you a case study, you are an IAS officer, and let us say you have identified certain rich people in your district, they have made money through illegal, immoral ways. Rather than punishing these rich people, what you do is, you strike a deal with these rich people, you give me money. You give me money and I will allow you to let go, I will allow you to live, I will allow you to do your activities that you're doing. And whatever money I'm taking from these rich people, I'm giving it to poor people. Understand my point? Do you think it is correct? No. You might say, sir, the consequence, poor people are getting the help. The purpose, it was to help people. But the nature of object, look at the nature of object here. Dishonesty, deception. Dishonesty, deception by the nature of these objects, are they positive or are they negative? Negative. So when you're using these negative objects, even if it means to create some positive outcomes, it might not necessarily be correct. Only in the rarest of rare situations, you might use certain negative objects. Using violence in the rarest of rare situation against a country which has violated your sovereign rights, that makes sense. Using falsehood in the rarest of rare situation, if it results in unblemished common good, then it is justified. If not, it is not. All of you are following my point? That is the thing. Right. When you become an IAS and IPS officer and you're doing these type of things, you're using dishonesty, you're going against anything and everything which is enshrined in your constitution, that is wrong. All of you are following my point? I've seen many people, they want to win. Come what may, they want to win. And in this process, they're willing to win by hook or crook. Have you heard of this? So here when they're using hook or crook methodologies, the nature of these objects, are they inherently positive or are they inherently negative? Negative. Ask Pooja Ketkar, she will tell you. Understand my point? Innocent until proven guilty, but you know Pooja Ketkar, am I right? Yes, she wanted to get into that merit list and she has been accused of changing her name, her father name, her mother name, her caste, her disability, everything. All of you are following me? The purpose, everything is bad here. Yes, madam. Do you have a question? Rarest of rare situations. Mm-hmm. No, violence, I told you, inherently it is negative. Inherently it is negative. But nevertheless, in the rarest of rare situations. Now here, what we as humans need to do, rational thinking creatures need to do is evolve organization, evolve policies where violence, the requirement, necessity for violence is not there. Understand my point? But the problem is we are not that rational creatures. We are not that ideal creatures. Getting my point? Until and unless we become rational and we evolve institutions, we evolve policies so that the requirement of violence is not at all required. Until and unless that, in that practical world, there will be some violence. There will be. That's the unfortunate thing. Getting my point? If someone is attacking you, I know, I like Gandhi. I'm not going to deny. What did Gandhi say? If someone slaps you, what did he say? Show your other cheek. But I'm not that Gandhi follower. Understand my point? Because I know the person who is there in front of me might not be a Gandhi follower. Understand my point? If I show him my other cheek, I know what he or she is going to do. All of you follow my point? Here, you have to be a little bit practical because you do not live in an ideal world. In the rarest of rare situations, violence might be justified. That is what I think. And I will be teaching you a theory called as just war theory, particularly when it comes to war and the nature of war. What are those wars which might be considered as just? What are those wars which might be considered as unjust? We will talk about it. Just give me some time until then. All of you following my point? Why did I tell you, no matter how the issue might be complicated, right? Have honest and open conversation with your parents. It is for this reason. Lying, dishonesty, you have to keep a lot many things in your mind. I'm not going to say that I've never lied in my life. I have lied. That's why I told you I'm still a work in progress. Well, if you're following my point, a person who lies, he or she has to remember a lot many things. A person who is honest, they do not have to remember a lot many things. Their mind is free. Their mind is calm. Following my point? Did you understand determinants of ethics? What are these determinants which make us act in the right or wrong way given a situation? First one is deliberate human conduct. In deliberate human conduct, what do we understand? Whether I have the knowledge, the free will, or voluntariness. Then you have purpose. What was my intention? My intention, was it to help someone or was it to hurt? Understand my point? Then you talk about nature of object, consequences of human action. Then you have circumstances. All of you are following my point? When you are hungry and when you go back to your home and if there is lemon rice, chitranna, you will eat it, right? What has daglene chitranna bele gottagadu. Am I right or am I wrong? Circumstance. Like this. So henceforth, whenever you have a case study, right? Ask yourself whether you can apply determinants of ethics concept over there. Now you have your paper 2, you have your paper 3, both these papers are done here as part of IBC. And I'm very sure you would have done both of these papers very well. But when it comes to me, I will be a little bit slow. Understand my point? I will be a little bit slow, but nevertheless, I will make sure no matter what kind of paper UPSC gives this year or next year or after that, the conceptual clarity is so good that you will end up writing good answers for it. Minimum 120, as I have spoken in yesterday's class, minimum 120. Well, if you follow my point, for me to achieve this, I need to be a bit slow and I also need you to apply whatever concepts I have taught you. For each of these factors, have I taken an example? That's the thing. All of you following me? Can you think of anything in your Ramayana, in your Mahabharata or any other event where these determinants of ethics concept can be applied? I have to ask questions. Only then I will proceed forward. Mr. Sarmad, in your modern India history, sir, can you apply determinants of ethics in any place? Any place, determinants of ethics. I know paper 1 is not done, but you would have studied it. Tony, the question is also for you. Tony is writing mains this time. Manoj is writing, right? Gopal is writing as far as I remember. All right. Apart from that, anyone else who is writing mains? What's your name, sir? Abhishek. Okay. Okay. Right. So tell me, Abhishek, in your modern India history, can you apply this determinants of ethics anywhere? Where, sir? Bomb. Okay. You have this do or die given by your Gandhi during your Quit India movement, circumstances. That is what I want you to do. I want you to apply. In your Ramayana and your Mahabharata, where do you think you can apply this concept, determinants of ethics, to judge someone's actions? Do you remember your Krishna? Your, not Duryodhana, sorry, Dronacharya. Your Dronacharya who was fighting for the Kauravas. He was killing the Pandavas left, right and center. Do you remember that? Now this irritated Krishna because Pandavas were losing. So what does Krishna do in that instance? He calls Dharmaraya and he tells Dharmaraya to tell Dronacharya that Ashwatthama is dead. Ashwatthama happens to be the son of Drona, Guru Dronacharya. Understand my point? If Krishna had told Ashwatthama is dead, Dronacharya would not have listened because Dronacharya knows who is Krishna. Understand my point? On the other hand, you have this fellow, Dharmaraya, Yudhishthira. What was he known for? His character, his ethics. So when Dharmaraya or Yudhishthira told Ashwatthama is dead, Dronacharya believed him and that was his end. Consequences. Understand my point? Your Yudhishthira or Dharmaraya was in a Dharma Sankat at that point in time. But one thing which helped him was this. On that battlefield, there was one Ashwatthama, that is the son of Dronacharya. There was another Ashwatthama, which was an elephant. He used a loophole. Understand my point? He used a loophole and he said Ashwatthama is dead because that elephant was dead. But what was the purpose over here of this Dharmaraya when he said that? Was it moral? No. You can judge people. Understand my point? But before judging them, just understand the concepts and then you apply. All of you, now you open 2024 essay paper. Not essay, ethics paper, sorry. Ethics paper. 2024 ethics paper. All right. So we might not judge, but how can we turn a blind eye to us being judged? Right? बड़े बड़े देशों में छोटी छोटी बात होती रहती है, टिप्पू सुल्तान. That's it. People will judge you. All right. That is not in your control. There is a philosophy called Stoicism. We'll talk about it. Many a times if you don't counter these baseless judgments, it tends to work in our disfavor. You can counter them, but you should know to what extent you have to dip your toes. All right. Now open your 2024 ethics paper. Look at the case studies. Give me just one case study where you think you can apply this determinants of ethics. Just yesterday, I had one of your friend write a case study and he showed it to me. Right? He had written this case study as if it was a non-GS-4 paper. All of you are following my point? That is why the marks will not be that good for that particular case study. Now you read this case study and you tell me. In this case study, any of these case studies, where can you apply determinants of ethics concept? Any of these case studies? 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, any of these things? Look at it carefully. Look at the second one itself. Not second, sorry madam. Okay, 8th one. Okay. Raman, not Rohit, I guess. 2024, right? Raman is a senior IPS officer and has been posted as DG of a state. Among the various issues and problems/challenges which needed his immediate attention, the issue relating to recruitment of unemployed youth by an unknown terrorist group was a matter of grave concern. It was noted that unemployment was relatively high in the state. The problem of unemployment among graduates and those with higher education was much more grave. Thus, they were vulnerable and soft targets. In the review meeting taken by him with senior officers of DIG range and above, it came to light that a new terrorist group has emerged at the global level. It has launched a massive drive to recruit young unemployed people. Special focus was to pick young people from a particular community. The said organization seemed to have the clear objective of utilizing or using them for carrying out militant activities. It was also gathered that the said new group is desperately trying to spread its tentacles in his state. So here, who is the target group? Unemployed. So here these unemployed youth are getting attracted to radicalist ideologies or militant ideologies because of what aspects? Circumstances. All of you are following my point. Look at the seventh one also. Look at the seventh. Here I think I have proved you can apply determinants of ethics, right? Yes. Look at the seventh one. Okay. There is a technological company named ABC Incorporated, which is the second largest worldwide. Situated in the third world, you are the chief executive officer and the majority shareholder of this company. The fast technological improvements have raised worries amongst environmental activists, regulatory authorities, and the general public over the sustainability of this scenario. You confront substantial issues about the business environmental footprint. In 2023, your organization had a significant increase of 48% in greenhouse gas emission compared to the levels recorded in 2019. The significant rise in energy consumption is mainly due to surging energy requirements of your data centers, fueled by exponential expansion of artificial intelligence. AI-powered services need much more computational resources and electrical energy compared to conventional online activities, notwithstanding their notable gains. The technology's proliferation has led to a growing concern over the environmental repercussion, resulting in an increase in warnings. AI models, especially those used in extensive machine learning and data processing, exhibit much greater energy consumption than conventional computer tasks with an exponential increase. All of you are following my point? I'll come back to this paragraph, don't worry. Look at the next paragraph. Although there is already a commitment and goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, the challenges of lowering emissions seems overwhelming as the integration of AI continues to increase. To achieve this goal, substantial investment in renewable energy use would be necessary. The difficulty is exasperated by the competitive environment of the technology sector, where rapid innovation is essential for preserving market standing and shareholders' worth. To achieve a balance between innovation, profitability, and sustainability, a strategic move is necessary that is in line with both business objectives and ethical obligations. All right. Now, when you look at this case study, it's about a technology company called as ABC. Here also you can apply your determinants of ethics over here. Not at all a problem. If you look at this case study, the purpose of this ABC company, understanding my point, is to make money. Am I right or am I wrong? And if you look at this case study, in the second paragraph, they have mentioned about something called as competitive environment. Because of this competitive environment, right, they have to invest in innovations rather than safety. Am I right or am I wrong? So here they're talking about circumstances. And here, what is the nature of object? Artificial intelligence tools. When you use AI tools, technology by itself can be positive, negative, or even neutral. Am I right or am I wrong? So when you start to increase AI tool, this object more and more, what is the kind of consequences which is being created? Not just 7th, not just 8th. Any case study that I read, I can apply determinants of ethics here. I've had students who used to score 8 to 9, max to max 10 in their case studies when they gave mock test. When I gave them an approach for case studies, how to analyze it and everything, they even started scoring 12. All of you are following my point. And if you have to score 140 in your ethics paper, there must be some case studies where you do score 12. So whatever concepts you are learning now, please learn to apply it. All of you are following my point? Good. Get your book as of now. Take your book. Take your book. I want you to write a question now. I want you to write down a question as of now. The first question. Ethics, ethics, ethics ethics is considered by some as the basis, or foundation on which humanity progresses, on which the humanity progresses. We'll stop. Elucidate this statement using suitable examples. All right. So here you have 7 minutes. As of now, it is 7:06. 7 minutes. Before you start writing, listen to me. When it comes to ethics, I've given you definition. Am I right? When it comes to ethics, I've given you opinions of people, imageries, and even quotes. Now here, all that they're asking is, when ethics is there, you are able to build a humane world. How will you be able to build a humane world at a personal level, at a professional level? That is what you're supposed to write. The arguments, that is what should be there. All of you are following my point? So you write that. At a personal level, you will have families. So families, if they have to be healthy, if they have to be humane, what kind of values are important? Compassion, sharing. Let us say at a friendship level, if you want to build a humane level, what kind of value should be there? Respect. Like that. Understanding my point? So you have, as of now it is 7:07, you have 7 minutes, go ahead and write it. Go ahead and write it. And the keyword here is just elucidate. They're not asking you to discuss, they're not even asking you to analyze. Go ahead. I've also given you content on that question. Ethics along with professional competency. You can refer your notes also if you want. I don't care. But write. Within 7 you write. 2 more minutes. All right, pens down, pens down. I see some people who have completed it. Manoj, I think you completed it. Yes. How many others have completed this question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. 6, 7. Good, 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 good. How many of you were not able to write at least 50% for this particular question? At least 50%. How much did you write, Akshay? Just the introduction? Just the introduction. Sir? Same introduction. Anyone? How many of you wrote between 50% to 80%? The only thing that you missed was conclusion. Good chunk of people. All of you are following me. So listen to me. Whenever any question is given, it might be with respect to any subject. What you are supposed to do, at least for a minute or a minute and a half, I want you to brainstorm. All right. When it comes to my subject, ethics, if you want to think about introduction and the strategies that are there to write a good introduction, you have few strategies. The first one is definition. Now, if you look at this one, this question, identify the keywords over here. What are the keywords? Ethics is a keyword. Is that the only keyword there, or is there anything else? Sorry? Foundation of humanity. Something like that, right? So here you have two keywords, ethics and humanity. If you want, you can define it. All of you are following my point? You can define it if you want. That's up to you. If not this, what you can do, you can go with definition plus imagery. What is imagery?
Here I compared ethics to what? In your notes, North Star, am I right? Lighthouse, all these kind of things. If not this, you can go with definition, a small definition here as well, and then a quote. And I think I've given you a quote as well. And go for simple quotes. Ethics is nothing but absolute reverence for life given by Albert Schweitzer. Like this. All of you are following my point. Other than that, there are a few more. Okay. Usually what happens, most of those individuals who score between 90 to 100 in their ethics paper, what they would have done is, they would have given definition approach. They would have identified whatever keywords are there in that particular question, and then they would have written answer for it. All of you are following me? Then they would have written answer. Then you have one more. Those people who score between 100 and 110, they might have gone with your definition plus imagery or your definition plus quote. All of you are following my point? Definition plus imagery or definition plus quote. Now, those people who score more than 120, their approaches, they usually go with a philosopher's opinion in the beginning. Understand my point? Philosopher's opinion. As per Albert Schweitzer, a Nobel Prize winner. All of you follow my point? As per Aristotle or some other philosopher that you know. All of you are following my point? Simple. So they can start their introduction with the philosopher. All of you are following me? Another approach that many of these individuals who score more than 120 is they go for essence of the question. Essence. So I kept on repeating, not once, not twice, like a broken tape recorder. I kept on repeating, ethics for me, is it just an academic pursuit or is it a practical pursuit? Practical pursuit. If the world has to be much better for the generations to come, we need to act now. We need to be ethical. That is our duty. Our important duty. So here the question is based on what, why, and how ethics can be made practical. Ethics can be made actionable. Do you remember the initial part of our discussion? That's the thing. So the moment you read a question, if you understand the core spirit, the core essence of the question, you can just write that in the introduction. That is very good. Many of the times I see people going for definition. These people score 90 to 100. All of you follow my point. Providing in the body of the answer and in the conclusion, there is some depth. There are some people who score 100 to 120 in their introduction. They tend to use this. Those who score more than 120, I've seen them use these two approaches. All of you are following my point. So you have 5 approaches in front of you. So when you're brainstorming, the moment you see a question, you have a philosopher's opinion, go ahead for it. The moment you see a question, you have a definition plus imagery, go for it. Understanding my point? Those who could not write more than 50% of the total answer, there could be various reasons. One, the answer writing practice might not have been very good. Second, you might be sitting for the very first time for ethics. It's okay, it's fine, not at all a problem. Third, you want to give the best possible introduction. In the introduction itself, you want to knock out the evaluator. Don't do that. Let us say there are 19 questions in your ethics, and to answer these 19 questions, right, in the most perfect way possible, I can do that when I have time. When I'm writing within a time period, within the time slot of 3 hours, it is not about writing the perfect answer, but it is writing the most reasonable answer given the time period. So if you look at the discussions that we have had, all these parameters are there with you. Am I right? You pick what your mind can retrieve easily. The more you revise, the more your mind will be able to retrieve things on an easier path. Following me? So these are things. Introduction ho gaya. Next, come back to the body of the answer. So in the body of the answer, I told you this. You can structure it from a personal point of view or from a professional point of view. This is not the only structure available. how ethics will lead to a better world, will lead to a good humanity. You can talk from an individual level as well. Understand my point? You can talk from a societal level as well. All of you are following me? You can also talk from an organization, national as well as international. Imagine I am a public organization, and in this public organization, I am emphasizing on honesty. So when I emphasize on honesty, will there be any corruption in my organization as such, public organization? No. All of you are following me? At an individual level, let us say I have respect. Understand my point? For others. All of you are following my point? Or let us say I have compassion. So when I have these values, when I treat others, will I be treating them in an unjust, non-dignified manner or in a dignified manner? Dignified. All these narrow domestic walls that we have built in the name of religion, in the name of caste, in the name of region, all these things will be lost. Am I right or am I wrong? If you look at the present world in which we are living, I always told you, whenever you write answers, it has to be practical. So when you look at the present world, do you think it is a humane world? Madam, what do you think? Is it a humane world? It is not a humane world. Let us be honest. Right? Let us be honest. There is some humanity. There is some humanity in people like you. Right? But in most of the people, there is only shed. Understand my point? Madam Kriti, what is said, if someone does not know, it's okay, let it be. It's not important. So, madam, you tell me, in the world in which we live, right, at a personal, professional level, right, at a personal level, misunderstandings are on the highest side. Am I right? In the world in which we live, caste-related discrimination is still high. All of you follow my point? Just in yesterday's class, I think I was speaking about an incident which was reported from Andhra Pradesh, where 14 people had brutally raped a 13-year-old kid, a girl, and this went on for 2 years. 14 people raped, 3 people who knew about the issue, they were silent. The world in which we live, I agree, yes, there is some humanity. I'm not going to deny that. If you look at the Padma Shri awards, Bharat Ratna awardees, they all have humanity. But here the question is by far and large. Am I right? Caste-related discrimination, war, conflicts, genocide. Am I right or am I wrong? When you look at our public organization, we have one of the best constitutions. Let us say one of the most beautiful constitutions in the world. But when you look at its implementation, there are a lot of things which are missing. Am I right or am I wrong? Like this. At an individual level, right? We are those people who have a lot of fear, who have a lot of anxiety. Am I right or am I wrong? Who lack self-confidence. Am I right? But when you have some ethics, all of you follow my point, when you have some perseverance, when you have some courage, you know what you are courageous. You know who you are. All of you follow my point. At a societal level, we will be walking on the street, we will see a person who has been subjected to some sort of injustice. But very rarely will we react to it, very rarely. We will just walk. किसी और का issue है, मैं क्यों उस पर बात करूं? Am I right or am I wrong? We do not poke our noses in someone else's business, even though it is happening in the public domain. You guys agree with me? You take any domain in which we are living as of now, individual domain, societal, organization, national, international, we are filled with issues. If we allow these issues to continue, we cannot create that humane or humanity. We cannot realize this. All of you are following my point? You can keep these issues in mind. You can identify the values and then you can write an answer in the body of the answer. All of you are following my point? This is the first question. So here you might have written it here and there. It's okay. It is fine. But as we proceed forward, it will get better. All of you are following me? It will get better. And when you come to the conclusion, what will you say? When it comes to conclusion, those who have completed the question, what's your conclusion, sir? No, not you, sir. Okay.
That is one thing for the progress of the humanity. Next, Tony, have you completed? Conclusion miss ho gaya. ठीक है. Now in your notes, and even when we were discussing, I have told you, ethics, is it something that is just thought, or ethics is something which should be lived? This idea was there. So in your conclusion, what you can simply write is this: the knowledge of ethics in itself is not enough. It has to be translated into meaningful and purposeful action. That is when the humanity proceeds. Am I right? The idea was there. The concept was there. I made you even open a question from your 2024. It is not enough to just talk about it. You have to believe. It is not enough just to believe in it. You have to act on it. All of you are following my point? All of you. That's the thing. Right? So you have taken PSIR, quite a lot of people. So when you talk about PSIR, there is an individual called as Kant, deontological ethics, where we talk about duties. All of you are following my point? Dharma. Right? The moral duty as a citizen, or the dharma, demands us that we not only think about good, but speak good, but also act. That is when the highest standards of humanity can be reached in the present times. All of you are following me? When I am discussing, the question will seem a little bit easier. But when you're writing the answer, it feels as if you're Karna. Am I right or am I wrong? The only problem over there is lack of practice. It will come. Today I won't be able to make you write 5 questions, but tomorrow and henceforth you will be writing. Today I'm just teaching you more concepts. Tomorrow there will be writing. All of you are following my point? And I think I will be starting my class a little bit earlier than 2:30 as well. All of you are following my point? A little bit earlier. I will have a word with them and then I will communicate the same to you. So please keep watching the group for further notifications. Did you understand this? All of you. Now what conclusion, Abhishek, have you given? Anything? Okay, good. It's good. It's reasonable. Now, in the initial part, I started discussing PYQ themes, sub-themes. Do you remember? And my dear friends, I make jokes in class, I teach you, and even when I'm joking, behind that, there is always an exam-related point of view. When I was discussing the PYQs for the initial part of half an hour, it was not to show off my analysis power or nothing of that sort. There was a point, Abhishek, Raghav, and everyone who will be writing mains this time and those who will be writing next time. There was a PYQ sub-theme where we spoke about institution, organization, policies. Do you remember? It's a comprehensive national power. Do you remember that? Just below that, there was one more question about NEP 2020. You say, realizing the importance of ethics in building a humane civilization, our government has instituted NEP 2020 to not only improve productivity in a quantitative manner, but a qualitative manner. All of you are following me? Why did I say that you need to have all the PYQs, no matter which subject, at the tip of the tongue? Because given the situation, you can use these PYQ themes and sub-themes as part of your introduction or the arguments in the body or in the conclusion wherever necessary. By the end of this section A classes, you will be having around 500 examples. You do not have to worry about that at all. All of you are following my point? You will be having it. So in the body of the answer, what I want is good arguments and I want good examples for it. All of you are following my point? Anyone who has written any example of Padma Awardee winner, raise your hand. Who helped in creating a humane world? Some of you are my OGP students. All right. So there was a guy called as Jagdish Lal Ahuja. Now what this Jagdish Lal Ahuja did was, he used to use his own money and he used to provide free food for those individuals who had come for government hospitals. Now if you have visited government hospitals, do you think the relatives would have come with good amount of money in their pocket? Many a times they go hungry. So what this Jagdish Lal Ahuja did was, he started a service where he provided free food to them, community kitchen, like that. He was awarded Padma Award. I've spoken about Chacha Sharif in my OGP classes. Who was Chacha Sharif? A bike mechanic who used his own money to provide funeral rites for those individuals whose bodies were not claimed by anyone. Those dead bodies which were not claimed by anyone, your Chacha Sharif or Muhammad Sharif, he used to provide them funeral rites. If the unclaimed dead body was identified as a Hindu, he provided Hindu rites for its cremation. If it was Islamic, as per Islam, Christianity, as per Christianity. This is humanity. Am I right or am I wrong? Many of you have heard of Sindhu Tai, right? Who is Sindhu Tai? Mother, right? Who took care of many multiple orphans in our country. These orphans grew up to become doctors, engineers. Some of them went to different parts of the world as well. She herself did not have knowledge. She herself was begging at one point in time for her food. But when she made some amount of money, rather than taking care of her own children, what did she do? She started taking care of others as well, other orphan kids. So like this, there are multiple examples. These are the individuals who are trying to push humanity further. Am I right? And if I want to build a better world, if I want to build a humane world, I have to put others' interest, selfless interest over and above mine. So in our state itself, there was a guy, there is still a guy called as Hajjabba. What this Hajjabba do was, he used to sell oranges, he used to sell fruits in your Mangaluru. And whatever money he got through selling these oranges, through these fruits, he built a school in his village which did not have a school, because he did not want any children in that village to become illiterate like him. Artha ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ತಾನೆ? Over and above this, when you were growing up, you have heard of Mother Teresa in your modern India history, Savitribai Phule, Jyotiba Phule. Am I right? You can bring all these individuals here. Anyone else, madam? Mandya, yes, madam. 5 rupees, doctor. You can mention about it. Have you mentioned? Good. I forgot the first name. I know Gowda is there. Shankregowda. ಗೊತ್ತು ಗೌಡ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಶಂಕರೇಗೌಡ. ನೀನ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ಯಾ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಯಾಕೇನಾಗ? All of you are following my point. So like this. So at an individual level, at a societal level, all right, if you can look at Japan, right? In Japan, hygiene in that particular country is very much emphasized. Am I right or am I wrong? So here, each and everyone has a mutual duty to ensure that the public, the roads and all these other ecosystems are clean. Sometimes when your Japanese citizens go to watch football in some other part of the world, not in their country, some other part of the world, after the match, they clean the stadium. Understand my point? And you know us. So you can mention about it. When we recognize our duty and implement it in a consistent way, in a constant way, we build a better world. Am I right? I've seen many people driving posh cars. All of you are following my point? Elite cars. And the same people will be throwing away water bottles, this plastic cover and everything outside. Have you seen that happen? Right? So that is why in my country, no matter how much of money you make, no matter whether you are an IAS or an IPS officer, you won't get respect from me until and unless I see some genuine sincerity and ethics in you. It doesn't matter which religion, which job you're doing, as far as you're doing something with your life in an ethical way, that is what matters to me. That is how I will be measuring your success. All of you are following me. I don't know the people who are watching on YouTube as of now, whether they are my students or not. In case if you're not my students, even if you do not join this course, it's fine, it is okay. If you have any doubts related to ethics, essay or art and culture, you can always have a word with me through my Telegram ID, Umesh 199101. No, I was not born on January 1st. All right, so come back. I was born on 1st, but not January. Umesh, Umesh 199101. Can you think of any individual who has created a good amount of progress or value addition in the field of education? Tell me. In the field of education, in the field of healthcare, doctor, in the field of healthcare, can you think of anyone who has contributed to create a better world? Karnatakadalide, Bengaluralide. You know, how Hridaya? Thank you, madam. Right? And what is his name? What is the name of the doctor? Dr. Sharath. Dr. Raghav, you tell me. Dr. Devi Shetty. Nim domain dene. Understand my point? So if you ask me, sir, can you name any engineers from your domain who have created a better world? There are people, don't worry. Hey, Naktiral, bro. All of you are following my point. Do not suffer so much to think of examples. It is there in and around you. It is just that you need to force yourself through that rigorous practice. All of you are following me. That's about it. Let's go back to the topic discussion as of now. So we are done with determinants of ethics. There are few more remaining, which is dimension of ethics. All right, open your 2024 paper, please. Open your 2024 ethics paper. 2024 ethics paper. Mary Curie, Japan lacks mental hygiene mostly. Most countries lack it, Mr. Tipu Sultan. That's the tragedy. All right, go ahead. Open your 2024 paper. Is there any question which has been directly asked on this topic, dimension of ethics? Directly. Second, first one B. Can you please read out the question, madam? Yes. Yes. Right. The question is quite long, lengthy. But the theme is very simple. Dimension of ethics. These approaches that we have in ethics. I told you, when you study your geography, you have physical geography. Am I right? All of you are following my point. Human geography, you have Indian geography, you have your world geography. Once you understand each and everything, your understanding of the subject becomes better. Am I right or am I wrong? Likewise, when you talk about ethics, there are various dimensions or approaches for you to understand what is ethics. Without understanding, with just focusing on one approach and forgetting everything else, you will not be able to appreciate the subject of ethics. All of you are following my point. What are these dimensions / approaches to ethics? It is nothing but the various ways. All of you are following my point, or the approaches that you have to understand the ethics in its most fundamental way. That is dimension of ethics. Following my point. Now, why should you learn this concept, dimension / approaches to ethics? The answer for this question is there in that 1B. Look at that question again, all of you. In that question, have they mentioned something called as morally responsible behaviors? Is it there? That's the thing. All of you are following my point. So tomorrow, let us say there is again a question on dimension of ethics. You will start your introduction if you want based on your definition. These are various approaches that we have to fundamentally understand the subject of ethics. The purpose of these dimensions is to inculcate in us a sense of morally responsible behaviors. All of you are following me? So whatever I just told in the last couple of seconds, if you can cut, copy and paste it in your answer, it looks like a UPSC answer only. Am I right? That's the thing. Why is UPSC teaching you this dimension / approaches to ethics? The answer is very simple, so that you know what are morally responsible behaviors in various dimensions. All of you are following my point? Now, as for your exam point of view, there are few dimensions that you need to have an idea about. The first one is meta-ethics. The second one is normative ethics. The third one is applied ethics. And the fourth one is descriptive ethics. Now, based on these three approaches, the initial three approaches, first one is meta, the second one is normative, the third one is applied, and the fourth one is descriptive. The first three approaches, you have questions which have been asked in your ethics paper. Descriptive ethics, questions will not come so much. Understand my point? Because if we start asking questions related to descriptive ethics, we have to go into the domain of anthropology, sociology, and all these kind of things. So we won't ask questions from descriptive, rather we will be focusing more on meta-ethics. All of you following my point? Normative. And then you have your applied. And in applied ethics, two domains have been asked. One domain is your environmental ethics. The second domain was your artificial intelligence. All of you are following me? When we talk about meta-ethics, they will ask you questions related to the nature of truth, the nature of happiness. All of you are following my point? The nature of values. Are they universal? Are they relative? Are they objective? Are they subjective? Like this. There have been questions from 2013 till 2024 on meta-ethics. All of you are following my point? So listen to me carefully. What is meta-ethics? It is that branch, it is that approach to ethics where we discuss the most fundamental questions concerning to ethics, the most fundamental questions. All of you are following my point? Here I am not trying to tell you how to be good. Here I am asking what is good. This is a fundamental question, am I right? Here I am asking what makes something an objective truth, what makes something as a subjective truth. I am trying to understand the nature of truth. All of you are following my point? Understanding. So in meta-ethics, what do? We focus on the most fundamental question concerning this subject called ethics, and we try to find answers for it. All of you are following me? Then you have one more approach called as normative ethics. Normative ethics is called as prescriptive ethics. Now when you have a cold and you go to your doctor or you go to this pharmacy store and you say that you have a cold, what will they prescribe to you? Medicine. What are the medicines that they usually give? Yadu? Yes. Saridon, Dolo, 650. Some people will have Dolo 650 in their pocket. That to UPSC aspirants. Am I right or am I wrong? Your headache is your constant companion. Normative ethics is also called as prescriptive ethics. Here I am not trying to understand what is good. Here what I am trying to understand is how you should be good. So when I go to one doctor, let us say I go to virtue ethicist doctor, they will tell me, they will prescribe me, Umesh, if you want to be good, develop good virtues, develop good characters. All of you are following my point? Let us say I go to doctors belonging to deontological ethics point of view. These individuals will say, Umesh, if you want to be good, follow your duties very well. Let us say I go to teleological doctors. These individuals will say, Umesh, if you want to be good, make sure whatever actions you do, it creates the greatest happiness of the greatest number. All of you are following my point? Here they are not trying to discuss what is good. Here they are saying how you ought to be good. How you ought to be good. All of you are following my point? Mancha eshtirutto, kaalo ashte ಚಾಚಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ. So here is it a meta-ethics or is it a normative prescriptive ethics? Prescriptive. Understanding my point? That's the thing. Most of your Gade Matu is like that. Am I right? Adke gogid mana, ane kotru barala, hin kotru baradilla. Right? So many people, shed heroes, they might try each and everything. They won't get it back. So for those who do not understand Kannada, these Gade Matu, these are basically the moral stories which are exchanged between the common people in an oral manner. All of you are following my point? So all these Gade Matu, common folk teachings, they are all prescriptive ethics. All of you are following me? That's the thing. When you studied your Buddhism, Jainism, your Siddhartha went in search of truth. Do you remember? At the age of 29, he left his palace, and this event is called as Maha Abhinishkramana. So he left his palace in search of truth, and he realized some noble truths. Am I right? The whole world is full of suffering, and the cause of this suffering, as per him, is what? Tanha, desire. Very good. All of you are following my point? So he wanted to find answers to some of the most fundamental questions concerning ethics. You can put him under meta-ethics if you want. In your Jainism, I have taught you, I myself have taught most of you, doctrines such as Anekantavadha. What is Aneka meaning? Aneka andre ಏನು? Multiple. So in your Jainism, you have this doctrine Anekantavadha, which says there are multiple versions of truth that exist on any given issue at any given point in time. That is why in our Kannada we have a saying, Kannal nodudruno, alla pratyakshavaagi nodudruno, pramanisi nodu. Understand my point? You know that. So for those who do not know Kannada, right? Even if you see something through your eyes, the reality might be a little bit different. I cannot literally translate each and everything. Okay? I'm not your AI. All of you are following my point? So in Anekantavada, when they're saying there are multiple versions of truth that can exist on any given issue at any given point in time, here they're talking about the nature of truth. Meta ethics al ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ತಾನೆ? And what is applied ethics? In applied ethics, what I do is I take some specific moral rules and regulations and I apply it to a profession. Let us say I take specific rules and regulation and I apply it to medical field. I will call it as medical ethics. Now, how many of you are doctors here? I know 2 people are doctors here. Apart from that, Abhishek, you're also a doctor. What's your optional subject? Anthropology. Lay, So tell me, Abhishek, when you took that oath, did you make an oath to say that you will be treating people that you like, or you will be treating people even that you don't like? Everyone. So even if a criminal goes to him and he dislikes that criminal, but that criminal is in some sort of pain and suffering, he has to treat that criminal because it is part of his medical ethics. When you take certain rules and regulations and apply it specifically to a domain, understand my point? To dictate the behaviors and interactions of people in that domain, we call it as applied ethics. So like this, you have medical ethics. You might have lawyer ethics. Any lawyers in the house? Forget, let me start with the first basic question. How many of you are engineers? God bless all of you. When you talk about lawyers, that too your defense lawyers. So for your defense lawyers, no matter whether that person is guilty or not, he has to defend him. And it is the duty of the prosecution to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that his client is guilty. Am I right or am I wrong? Now let us talk about media ethics. In media ethics, what is that one rule and regulation that they should always follow? When they give us opinion, when they give us information, that information has to be honest. Am I right or am I wrong? It should not be filled with propaganda. Am I right or am I wrong? But when you look at media as of now, are they being honest with their coverage of news? Absolutely not. During demonetization, my God, the kind of news which was being showcased, 2,000 rupees ali chip ide. I don't know whether my toothpaste has namak in it. All of you are following my point? Note ali chip ide. All of you are following me? When you become officers, you will have certain applied ethics even for you. You cannot accept gifts from others. When you remember your modern India history, do you remember that chapter, Regulating Act and all this kind of stuff? Irritating regulations. One of the regulations told you, you cannot accept gift from the natives. Do you remember this? Yes, madam. I'm not very good with that. I'm sorry. All right. That's the thing. All of you are following my point. So like this, applied ethics. So far, in the domain of applied ethics, 2 domains have been asked. One is environmental ethics and the other one is AI ethics, both of which we will discuss. And if they ask you any other domain, I will give you a template, a blueprint. Using that, you can apply it to any other domain, be it media ethics, be it business ethics, be it lawyer ethics. That you can do. All of you are following me? Did you have a basic understanding of what is meta? What is normative? What is applied? Meta is what? The most fundamental questions concerning ethics. What is normative ethics? It prescribes what you ought to do, what good is. All of you follow my point, not the nature of the good, what they think is good and what you ought to do to make it good. All of you follow my point. Then you have something called as applied ethics. You take certain specific rules and regulations, apply it to some professions to dictate the behaviors and interactions in that particular profession. That we call as applied ethics. That's it. All of you following my point? So when you come to my class, there are certain applied ethics that exist even here. No matter which class I take, I need interactions. Some people like that, some people don't. Either way, I don't care. All of you are following me? If you are here, you will be interacting in one way or the other. All of you are following my point? Like this. Applied ethics. Can you give me any other example for applied ethics? Have you heard of a domain called as biotechnology? We have bioethics for it. All of you are following my point? And in your paper too, I think IR is done. IR is done or is it not done? It's done, right? So in your IR, have you heard of this Antarctica treaty? Treaties related to space and everything. Yes. So can I go and use Antarctica, Arctic in any way I want for my selfish purposes? Space for my selfish purposes? No, we have evolved a set of rules and regulations. All of you are following my point? And if you remember, there was a summit not long ago in your United Kingdom called as Bletchley Summit. And it was in this Bletchley Summit that many countries came together to figure out certain moral rules and regulations that can monitor the growth of artificial intelligence. So that is why if you open 2024 question paper of ethics, 1A is related to artificial intelligence. Your 7th question, the 7th case study, the technological company ABC is also related to artificial intelligence. Am I right? Yes. Many of my students don't read newspapers. For them, reading newspaper is a burden. They will watch videos of some toppers who will say, don't read newspapers. It is a scam. Understand my point? And you people believe them. They're outliers. Irtaratara. Nan illa anta heltilla. They have my respect. But I know you. You're just like me, average. Sometimes below average. Please read newspapers. It helps a lot. All of you following me? Here in 2024, clearly UPSC was saying, for me, you reading newspaper is important. What happened in Bletchley Summit, you need to know. And if you remember not long ago, there was a climate change summit where the developed countries were not giving us the good amount of money that we wanted. And I think paper 3 was done the latest. Which summit am I talking about? Baku, am I right? Yes, Baku number, I don't care, place, Hakule. Baku conference. So in that Baku conference, developed countries did not give us money for developing. Look at the question. There is a question on global climate change. Am I right? Yes. Greed. How to bring about a sort of interaction to ensure that there is sustainability in human progress. That question is there in your 2024. Am I right or am I wrong? You have to keep all these things in mind. When you write answers, some current affairs should be there in your answers as well. Did you follow me? So we will explore some meta-ethics related questions. All of you are following my point? Come back. Let us start with happiness. All of you are following my point? Let us start with the question of happiness. What is happiness as per you? What is happiness as per you? My friend at the last. So what's your name? Yes, sir. Manohar. What is happiness as per you, Manohar? OGP or non-OGP student? Yeah, batch or not ilvalla ninna. ಬಂದೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ how does ethics help you in day-to-day functioning? This is what it is. So Mr. Manohar, ಇನ್ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಏನಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ, ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು. Okay, so come back, Mr. Manohar. What is happiness as per you? ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಹೇಳು. I am not scolding you. ಲೇ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಕ್ಕಣ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೇ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ರು. What is happiness as per you, Manohar? ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಏನ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ? ಸಾರಿ, ಬಡೆ ಬಡೆ ದೇಶೋ ಮೇ ಹೋತಿ रहती traveling. Good. Tony, what is happiness as per you? Living a very peaceful life. You have chosen the wrong domain then. All right, UPSC preparation. Good, but I understand. Happiness is peaceful. Abhishek, what is happiness for you? Reaching your dream. What is your dream? Lay, nindelo. Why are you living for others? Even if it is for your parents. You have my respect. I'm not denying it. But at the end of the day, I want to know you. Sir, Pavan, what is your definition of happiness? To have freedom is your happiness. Good, interesting. Raghav, completing what you intend to. Good, good, good. Very nice. All right. Naga, what is happiness as per you? Biryani. Adine ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ. I know my students very well. Nam ದೇವ್ರ ಸತ್ಯ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಅಂತ ಸರ್. Yes. Happiness, why I asked these many questions, The reason is very simple. Happiness is very subjective. Understand my point? Just like how for Manohar happiness was traveling. For Tony it was different, leading a peaceful life. For Abhishek it was achieving the dream that his father has for him. Papa kehte hain, bada naam karega. Do you remember that song? I think they had kept Abhishek in mind when they sang it. All of you are following my point. So like this. Mother, what is your happiness? Free will. ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. Okay. Happiness is very subjective. It differs. My definition of happiness might differ from Kriti's. Understand my point? From Manas's or anyone else's. It's a very subjective term. You cannot define or give a universal definition of happiness. All of you are following me. But nevertheless, one thing that we can say is all human beings aspire for happiness. Am I right? All human beings aspire for happiness. The destination is the same. The journey differs. Some people aspire for happiness by becoming doctors or engineers or IAS, IPS officers or things like that. All human beings aspire for happiness. That is an objective truth. That is a universal truth. How you want to achieve that happiness, that is very subjective. All of you are following me. Your UPSC had asked a question, all human beings aspire for happiness. Is this correct or incorrect? It is correct. Is there anyone here who does not want happiness and who wants pain, suffering? Please raise your Devdas hand. Let me see you. Right? Agirthi Devdas avagomme, but that doesn't count. By far and large, we want all of us to be happy. Am I right? All human beings aspire for happiness. What is happiness as per you? They might ask you a question like this. I will give you my definition of happiness. Happiness for me, at the end of the day, is feeling comfortable with who I am. Understand my point? Someone was saying, sir, we live in a world where everyone judges. I know that more than anyone else. Understand my point? I have been judged in worst ways than you can ever imagine. All of you are following my point? Be that as it may, I'm comfortable with who I am. I'm with people who are comfortable with who I am. That's the thing that matters. Happiness for me is being comfortable with who I am. If on any given day I feel I'm uncomfortable with respect to the job that I'm doing, with respect to how I'm doing, all of you follow my point. The moment I start to feel that uncomfortable feeling, I will let it go. For me, happiness is this. Not just that. For me, happiness, as Pawan, as Madhu told, is having freedom in life. Understand my point? To take decisions. Yes, my parents also have dreams. However, at the end of the day, I have told you, I like my free will. I like my freedom. All of you are following my point? Happiness is me leading my life based on my choices, based on my free will. That is happiness for me. Understand my point? And I won't stop here. Happiness for me is experiencing all the diverse experience that the life has to offer. Understand my point? I do not want to be like that fish in an aquarium. All of you are following my point? The society says you want to get a government job, get married, have kids, build a home and all these kind of things. I look at this and I feel like it is like a fish in an aquarium. Now, fish in the aquarium can feel happy in that aquarium. I'm not denying it. However, I'm not born to be that fish. All of you are following me? For me, happiness is enjoying the diverse experiences that the life has to offer. You go and open any standard book, any ChatGPT, any institution website, you will not find exactly what I'm discussing with you. Am I right or am I wrong? That's the thing. I remember there were few people who used to tell me in the initial period when I was a student, what is ethics? You see the question, you know some answer, you just write it. Understand my point? It's like, what is aeroplane? There is a seat, there is a steering wheel, go fly. Understand? You require some nudge. You require some push. All of you are following the point. Come back. Now I want to know what is your definition of happiness. I've told you mine. And all these three things are very core to me, very crucial to me. All of you are following me. Just like you, I also want my parents to be happy. I'm not that kind of a psychopath. All of you are following my point. Just like you, I also want my friends who are dear and near to me to be happy. But don't give me this answer. Every Tom, Dick and Harry writes the same thing in their paper. Yeah, I get irritated. So you tell me, what is happiness as per you? Over and above what we have discussed till now. Your definition of happiness. For some people, happiness could be curiosity, accumulating knowledge. Understand my point? I want to be an eternal student. At any given point in time, I'm learning skills, right? Learning skills like this, because I want to learn. I do not want to put all my eggs in just one basket, because if the basket falls, what will happen to that egg? It will break. All of you are following me? And learning something new at any given point in time, it destroys that monotonous feeling that you have in life. You guys agree with me? So you tell me, what is happiness as per you? Madam Chaitra, what is happiness as per you? Okay, not a problem. It's okay, good. Other than that, I can understand why you're saying financial independence. हम भी कभी UPSC aspirant थे. My friend sitting just behind Madam Chaitra. What's your name, sir? I forgot. Umesh, correct. Deloitte L&T. Yes. So what is happiness as per you? Working for 90 hours per week? I forget the names, but I forget what work you have done, what conversations I have had with you. Understand my point? Adike ashtondu irli bidi. Umesh, what is happiness as per you? Are we different? We also want to enjoy what we do. Other than that, okay, good. Happiness, listen to me carefully. He brought a very good dimension here. Happiness is me realizing that harmony with nature. Nothing good, nothing bad about it. It's great. It's just that presentation could have been better. Do you remember a guy called as Rabindranath Tagore? Right? Rabindranath Tagore. You have one more individual called as William Wordsworth. You have our very own Rashtrakavi Kuvempu. All of them realizing happiness when they found that harmony with nature. You can write that, nothing wrong. How many of you have certain artistic talents? Artistic talents, raise your hand. Artistic talents. Madam, what is your artistic talent? Painting, good. Someone raised their hand here. Raghav? Photography, yes. Calligraphy, good. Anyone else? Santosha? What artistic qualities you have? Shavasana? Adviti? Manohar? Where do you travel to, sir? Artistic things andalla. Bike trekka, enge, yenu yatta. ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ? ಬೈಕ್ ಟ್ರೆಕ್, ಕಾರ್, ಅದು ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೇಳು? ಕಾರ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಮದ್? You and he are friends, is it? All right, come back. So here, those who are artistic, you can write your version of happiness is you immersing yourself in your arts to discover who you are. Understanding? Please make it original when you write answers. All the courses that are there in the market as of now, they will be giving you answers, standard answers. And remember, the same standard answers will be used by others as well. Understand my point? There was this student, I have not taught him. The notes that I had given to one of my OGP students, he got in touch with that notes. And he texted a couple of days ago, sir, I liked your notes. Good. But in the first class itself, I've told you, my notes is not the best. It can never be the best. I will never be arrogant to accept that it is the best. I want you to enrich it from your own point of view. That is when you reach that 140, which is what I want. All of you following me? Artistic things. This you can write. Anyone else? Anyone else who wants to give me their definition of happiness from their point of view, over and above? Yes, Santosha, tell me. Now I am happy. Okay. Playing sports. Understand my point? Pushing your limits. ಆ ಥರ ಹೇಳು. Scoring 50 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ರವೀಂದ್ರ ಜಡೇಜಾ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಈ ಥರ? Anyways, yesterday we lost. That made me a little bit unhappy. Okay. Be that as it may. Happiness, is it a objective thing? Can you say that each and everyone wants the same happiness, or will it be different? It will be different. It's subjective. But these days, happiness, people are measuring happiness by thinking of power, wealth, and fame. Understand my point? They in themselves are not negative. You wanting power, financial independence, fame, and everything is not negative as such for me. However, when you do not have a boundary, when you want this power more and more, DCM irutte, CM beku, CM irutte, PM beku. Understand my point? You have people like that. Am I telling you some imaginary story or real story? Iste life ishtene. Understand my point? If someone wants power, wealth, fame and money more and more, because that is what makes them happy, they will never be happy in life. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. I have seen friends of mine in the initial few days of the month, they will be very energetic. Right? Manohar tara avaru tumba travel ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. All of you are following my point. By the second week, they will be like UPSC aspirants. Understand my point? First week ಅಲ್ಲಿ biryani, ಮಧ್ಯ week ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡನೇ week ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಸರನ್ನ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ life ಅವ್ರದ್ದು. All of you are following my point. Money cannot get you happiness, but I understand the importance of money. All of you are following my point. But it cannot give you that eudaimonic happiness that you think you can get. All of you are following my point. Power might, yes, give you that happiness, but it won't be sustainable in the longer run if you want more and more. All of you are following me. And many times people these days, they misunderstand what is happiness and pleasure. Happiness is something which is long term, which is qualitatively better. Pleasure, on the other hand, is you having in the short term nature, you having that materialistic possessions. Am I right or am I wrong? Whenever I open YouTube or any other OTT platform these days, right, you see so many advertisements. Am I right? Apple will have its own advertisement. Samsung will have its own advertisement. Imagine I've bought a new mobile now. 1 week that novelty will be there. Second week you want to buy another mobile. Am I right? Pleasure, ashte. Many of the people these days, they get attracted to pleasures, not happiness. Am I right or am I wrong? And pleasures will not give you the true happiness in the longer run. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? All of you, pleasures. All of you following me. They're quite short term in nature. They will not give you that sense of well-being in the longer run. Following me? All human beings aspire for happiness, full stop. What do you understand by the term happiness? I have told you what I understand. I have made you understand that as well. And some of you might have your own versions of happiness. You have my respect. Write that in your notes when the question is given to you. Come back. One of the books where they have spoken about happiness is this book. I've already taught this to some of my students. It's a revision. What is this book talking about? It is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. And in this book, the author Viktor, he says, for him, a happy life is this. A happy life where he sees a purpose and meaning. Understand my point? As of now, in my life, to be honest with you, I see a purpose, I see a meaning. I'm not going to say it is completely rosy, sunny, shiny and everything. But nevertheless, when I get up tomorrow, I feel I have a purpose and meaning in my life. That makes me happy. As per Victor, other than that, the second thing is you need to be constantly searching for something which could give effect to the purpose and meaning that you have in your mind. I could do other jobs, but I find that this job is providing me with some purpose and meaning. When I help my students, when some of them become rank holders, right? The efforts that I have put, it feels quite nice. All of you following my point? It feels quite nice. Purpose and meaning. For Viktor Frankl, what is happiness? Having a purpose and meaning. What is the second thing? Having a platform which can give effect to that purpose and meaning. Couple of days ago, when the student met me and told me, sir, I do not want to be in this field. This was never my dream. I just did it because I wanted to gain knowledge. That individual had a lot of respect from my side because that individual was being honest. All of you are following my point? I told the individual, if you're not finding that purpose and meaning here, do not be here even for a single day. Just get out and do what you want. And that individual had a clarity what they wanted. All of you are following me? That's the thing. When I look at people, some have that purpose and meaning, some are searching for it, they also have my respect, and then there are some who will be like this. All of you are following my point? You can't phone a friend, you can't do 50-50 audience poll to find your purpose and meaning all the time. All of you are following my point? And I'm pretty sure when you passed your 10th standard, your mother or father, whomsoever it might be, they would have called your best friend and they would have asked, which stream are you taking? Biology, computer science, electronics. Do you remember that? At least some parents did that. My parent did that. She never asked me what I wanted. She asked my best friend what he wanted. Based on that, she gave me biology, PCMB. ಅದನ್ನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. All of you are following my point. So come back. Listen to me now. As per Viktor Frankl, purpose and meaning, the second one is a platform. And the third one is cultivating good relationships. Understand my point? Cultivating good relationships. When I say relationships, it can be parent, children, it can be friendships, it can be other types. All of you are following my point? Cultivating good relationships. And here when I say good relationships, be very careful. I emphasize on those relationships where you are getting some value addition. Let us say I'm friend with Madhu, right? In my friendship with Madhu, not only I am adding value to his life, he is also adding value to my life. And when I say value, I do not mean in a materialistic sense. It means in a personality sense. All of you are following my point? I am sure Madhu has his friends, right? When he, did you give prelims this time? Yes. When he could not clear pre, I am sure his friends would have pushed him. It's okay, it is fine, it is part and parcel. We have seen you work hard, you have talent, you proceed forward. They're adding value. The relationships that you have, in those relationships, you need to add value to someone else's life, and there should be reciprocity in it. It cannot be just one way. Understand my point? It cannot be just one way. And the relationships that you have, it should not be based on pleasure. It should not be based on utility. What is utility? Let us say our Mohit makes good notes. Understand my point? Our Mohit makes good notes. Some people are friends with Mohit just for the sake of his notes. Do you think that is good friendship? No, that is faltu friendship. All of you are following my point? Unfortunately, most of the people are faltu. All of you are following me? So like this, utility. Some people are friends, let us say with Naga, for in his company, they see pleasure. Understand my point? ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಒಂದ್ಸತಿನೂ ನಾನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿನೂ ಕೊಡ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಿಂಗಂತ ಲೇ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. All of you are following my point? Wednesday ಬೇರೆ ಬಿರಿಯಾನಿ ಬೇರೆ ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ. All of you are following me? So listen to me. Happiness is cultivating good relations based on what? Pleasure, utility, or character? Character. And fourth and the most important thing, here listen to me carefully. Embracing the pain, the suffering, and all the setbacks that you have witnessed in your life, you are witnessing as of now, or you might witness later. Embrace it. All of you are following my point? There was a very good Formula 1 racer called as Niki Lauda. Understand my point? Thankfully, he was not born in India. If not, come back. A great racer, a great Formula 1 racer. I'm very passionate about racing, Formula 1. Anyone here who likes Formula 1? 1, 2, 3. Good. Umesh uncle likes it. Raghav likes it. Madam, who do you like? Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen? Then I don't like it. I like Max, right? Max is a born racer. Understand my point? I remember Lewis Hamilton had won 7 championships. Am I right? He was about to win his 8th. The person who prevented him from winning that 8th champion was Max Verstappen, right? And I like racers who race very boldly. Anyways, let me not get into Formula 1, then it will become a Formula 1 class. There was this guy called as Niki Lauda, a great Formula 1 racer. He used to say, you learn more from your failures than your success. Viktor Frankl here, he is saying, embrace the pain and suffering that you see in life because you will learn a lot more. Many people do not like that pain and suffering. Many people do not like that obstacles. They run away from it. They go around it. Failures, setbacks are normal. It is part and parcel of life. That is how we are designed. And in our life, there will be more failures than success. But every time you fail, learn from it, get back up, learn better, and prove your mettle. All of you are following my point? So when someone asks you, what is happiness? I've given you my version. I've given you Viktor Frankl version. You have your own version. Take the best from all of these 3 things and write a good definition. All of you writing? Understand my point? That is happiness. Did you understand? Write down the question then. All of you, write down the question, please. I want you to write an answer for this now itself. So you have your online friends also commenting on that. Desmond Doss, for conclusion, Albert Camus, yes, Japan lacks Marie Curie, being the best daughter to my parents, okay, to not have any regrets in my life. Okay, that's good. Write down the question. All human beings aspire, aspire for happiness, aspire for happiness. Full stop. What does happiness mean to you? What does happiness mean to you? Question mark. Also, how are you trying to give effect to this happiness, all right, to this happiness. You have 7 minutes in front of you. As of now, it is 8:18. 7 minutes. So 8:25 it should be done. 3 more minutes. Anyone here who is writing in Kannada? UPSC exam? Okay. Pens down, please. Pens down. How many of you completed? 1, 2, 3. This time a little bit more. How many of you could not write even 50%? It's okay. If there are anyone, raise your hand. 1. Anyone else? Sir, Baradrai Sati? Sahibre Akshay? Pradam? Good. What's your name, sir? Nive. Prakash. Okay. What was the challenge here? Why could you not write more? Okay. Come back. So the moment you see a question, all of you listen to me. The moment you see a question, I have taught you, you have to ask yourself from which part of the syllabus topic it comes from. Am I right? So I spend a good considerable amount of my time today telling you meta-ethics, normative ethics, your applied ethics. Understanding the nature of happiness comes in the domain of meta-ethics. However, there are various prescriptions given by theorists to lead that happy and good life. This is one thing. The second thing, happiness is the terminal goal or the end goal of every human being. However, the path that they choose to be happy might differ, a subjective truth. This is the second thing. All of you follow my point? The third thing, it is happiness which gives us a hope a motivation to sustain our life in the direction of right. If you want, you can write this as well. Whenever you're writing your introduction, should it be very long or should it be very short and crisp? Short and crisp. Minimum 3 to 5 lines, not more than that. The two for your 10 markers I'm talking about. Here itself in the definition, do not try to define what you think as happiness. Then it will become a very long introduction. All of you follow my point? The essence of human life, tell me Mohit, is what? The essence of life is what, as per you? To be happy. The essence of human life is to be happy. All of you follow my point? A universal truth, full stop. All of you follow my point? Happiness generally is considered as a state of well-being in mind, body and soul. If you want to write, you can write this, generally considered. Following my point? Next, go to the body of the answer. All human beings aspire for happiness. What does happiness mean to you? They are asking. Various individuals will have their own definition of happiness. For some, first one, it might be having materialistic possessions. Understand my point? For some, it might be fulfilling their duties. For some, it might be creating greatest happiness for the greatest number. But for me, happiness is, first point, I have told you, happiness for me is what? Being comfortable with who I am. Understand my point? That's one thing. What did I say? The second part of happiness for me was freedom. The third part, what did I tell you? Diverse experiences in life. All of you are following my point. Do you want me to give you a movie reference? ZNMD. What is ZNMD? Zindagi na milegi dobara. All right. In your language, hashtag YOLO. You only live once. All of you are following my point. That's the thing. So come back. Apart from that, what is happiness for me? Tell me. I think I've given you a few more as well. What is happiness? Enjoying the artistic activities. All of you are following my point. Adding value to life. I told you about the skills that I learn eternally. Eternal student. You can bring what you think is happiness as per you here. All of you are following me. That's up to you. But do you think the answer will stop here? It doesn't stop here. What is the other part of the question, Manoj? How you are trying to give effect to this happiness. So if I'm saying, right, I want to experience diverse things that the life has to offer, how am I trying to experience it? It might be in terms of traveling, it might be in terms of books. That is why in your Kannada, you have a very beautiful Gade Matu, Desha Suttu, Kosha Odu, travel and also read for those who do not know Kannada. Understand my point? Apart from that, how am I trying to find happiness through the activities that I am doing? All of you are following my point. Let us say I've written a point of Viktor Frankl, right? I want to cultivate good relations. So when I cultivate good relations, how am I trying to give effect to it? Will it be pleasure-based, utility-based, or will it be character-based? Character-based. I'm saying that I want to learn skills. How am I trying to give an effect to it? You have your services offered by Udemy. You know what is Udemy? Yes, the courses over there actually are quite good. The people who are teaching there, some of them are excellent, fabulous people. You can learn from them as well. All of you follow my point. Let us say I have written happiness for me is in my artistic pursuit or in my sports pursuit. How am I trying to give an effect to it? Once a week or once in 3 days, I will be engaging in that. Ethics is not just thinking. Ethics is also acting. Ethics can be taught, but more important thing is what? Ethics should be lived. All of you are following my point. So your body of the answer is also done. The conclusion. Manoj, what conclusion have you written? Okay, good, reasonable. So here he is saying, in my pursuit of happiness, I should not create harm or suffering for others. Good. Madam, what's your conclusion? It's okay, it's fine. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's not a conclusion. That's a Ramayana, with all due respect. All right. Conclusion has to be very short. It has to be very crisp. All right. The pursuit of happiness is in that hope. Understand my point? And it is that hope which sustains all life, all activities, and all efforts. And do you think I can find this happiness if I have a pessimistic mindset? Right? You can use all these ideas and you can try to create a conclusion if you want. All of you are following my point? In the destination to be happy, one must enjoy each and every aspect of the journey, the success and also its beautiful failures. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಬರೀಬಹುದಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೇ. All of you are following my point? Again, you go back, ChatGPT it, Google it, look at the notes of various institutions, anything, with all due respect to them, whatever we have discussed will not be there pin to pin over there. It will be different. If I take the same class tomorrow in the morning, it might be different. All of you are following me? Because for me, that monotony, that monotonous is a curse. Things have to be changing. All right? And I remember Mohit had written in his essay, Impermanence. Do you remember? Yes. Too much philosophy. Did you understand? Today we did not write more, the dictation part, but tomorrow when we come back, we will start with the dictation and we will try to complete the chapter tomorrow and also the dictation part for all 22 questions tomorrow itself. Any doubts? PT Usha's wait. Any doubts as such? Whatever we discussed today, did you understand? So can you tell me what all concepts we did today? What is ethics we did? How is it different from morality? What are values we learnt? Ethics and human interface andre eno? Essence of ethics andre eno? Determinants of ethics means what? Along with that, we have just started with the dimension of ethics. Now we have discussed the nature of happiness, let us say, which is discussed in meta-ethics. So when you understand dimension of ethics, when you understand what is happiness, will that bring in a necessary sense of behavioral change in you? It does. Like this. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಏನು ಚಿಂತೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. But for me, whatever is there in the notes is well and good. But for me, if you understand the concept, tomorrow any type of question your UPSC gives, you will be able to answer. Did you understand, all of you? कोई दिक्कत? कुछ नहीं? Thanks for your time. We'll meet tomorrow. Take care.